Chapter 371 Ruthless. Right when Yang Ye's hand was about to touch the stone steel, over 10 human profounders suddenly entered the 4th level from the 3rd, and then a few dozen arrived in less than a breath of time later. Yang Yi frowned and withdrew his hand, and then a wisp of a cold and ghastly glow flashed through his eyes as he turned around to gaze at them. When they saw that Yang Yi and the remaining 1,000 plus human profounders were completely fine, and the profounders from the devil, nether, and demon races were cultivating silently at the side, all of these profounders were instantly delighted. After that, they found a spot amongst Yang Ye's group and were about to cultivate. Swish! A ray of violet light flashed, and then the heads of 3 human profounders instantly flew into the sky while fresh blood sprayed like fountains. Everyone present here was shocked. Even the profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race were extremely surprised because it was none other than another human, Yang Yi, who launched the attack. Luo Shui opened his eyes to glance at Yang Yi, and then he shut his eyes once more. Amoku and Hun Yu glanced at Yang Yi as well, and a trace of a solemn expression could be seen in the depths of their eyes. Under the surprised and puzzled gazes of everyone, Yang Yi walked over slowly and stood in front of this group of human profounders. The human profounder in the lead recovered from his shock, and then he pointed a finger at Yang Yi and said in a furious tone, "Yang Yi, we're all..." Another ray of light flashed, and then his voice stopped abruptly. The remaining human profounders were instantly astounded, and their gazes were filled with horror as they looked at Yang Yi. They weren't idiots, so they were roughly aware of the reason that Yang Yi had acted in this way. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the remaining human profounders and said, "I understand that all of you are afraid of death, and I completely understand even if you didn't come up here with me. After all, it's your choice. But what I don't understand is that all of you want to do nothing yet enjoy the gains that we used our blood and sweat to gain. So, I'll give all of you 2 choices. Either go over to the nether, devil, and demon race or get the fuck out of here. I'll count to 3. If all of you are still here when I'm done, then all of you can die." The expressions of these human profounders instantly became slightly unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. One of them forcefully squeezed out a smile on his face and said, "Senior brother Yang, we realize our mistakes. But..." "One!" Yang Yi gazed coldly at that profounder and interrupted him. The smile on his face instantly froze. He was just about to speak again, but Yang Yi continued. 2. At the same time, a strand of faint light flickered on Yang Ye's dragon bone. When he witnessed this scene, that profoundus instantly didn't dare to speak another word, and he didn't hesitate to turn around and head down. On the other hand, after a moment of shock, the others behind him hurriedly followed him. Because they had a chance to survive if they headed down, but they would definitely die if they stayed here. Yang Yi grunted coldly when he saw them leave. "These fellows are really a bunch of trash. They didn't come when we were fighting with our lives on the line, yet all of them ran over as soon as the battle was over. Trying to reap the benefits without doing anything? Is that even possible? Brother Yang, isn't doing that a little too much?" Meanwhile, Ji Yanshi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly said, "Even though they are at fault, they are humans in the end. Moreover, our strength would definitely improve greatly if they joined us. I agree with Yang Ye's decision." Meanwhile, Shiluo said, "What do we need them for? It's fine if it was only their strengths that's inferior. But the main point is their disgusting character. They remained silent when we needed their help, but they ran over as soon as we finished fighting the profounders of the 3 races. Truthfully speaking, I would have attacked even if Yang Yi hadn't. What a bunch of trash." Ji Yanshi shook his head with a helpless expression on his face and said, "Indeed. Truthfully speaking, I'm quite displeased in my heart. Why should they be allowed to reap the benefits without doing anything? However, I feel that our forces are quite weak now. So, if even more join our forces, then we'd have a better chance at victory if another conflict arises between us and those fellows." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Sometimes, numbers are completely useless. Even though there are only around 1,000 of us, every single one of us survived after experiencing that life and death battle. Most importantly, every single one of us isn't afraid of death, So we wouldn't have to fear anything even if we fought the Profounders from the three races. At the very least, we can fight them to the point both our groups are heavily injured. We can fight with our lives on the line, but can they? Fine. Ji Yanxia shrugged and said, let's not talk about that. The minority agreed to the opinions of the majority. They'll listen to the two of you. What should we do now? Cultivate, of course. Shi Luo rolled his eyes at Ji Yanxia and said, this opportunity is extremely rare. We won't have another chance like this if we don't cultivate now. In any case, I intend to break through into the spirit realm here. Moreover, the karmic luck here is comparatively higher in amount. The more we can absorb, the better. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Aren't we going to ascend into the 5th level? Earlier, had seen in Nanjing enter the 5th level. Since the energy in the 4th level was already that dense, then the 5th level would presumably be even more terrifying. So, cultivating on the 5th level would definitely be much better than cultivating on the 4th level. That was what Yang Yi thought. The 5th level? Shi Luo rolled his eyes and said, are you really ignorant or feigning ignorance? What do you mean? Yang Yi was puzzled. Shi Luo sighed and said, do you know why Mo Ke, Hun Yu, Luo Shui, and the others haven't headed up to the 5th level? Yang Yi said honestly. I really don't. Because they can't. Shi Luo said, do you see that thin energy barrier at the entrance to the 5th layer? Do you know how terrifying it is? Let me put it like this. Even a peak spirit realm expert can't open it. No, I should say that even an exalt realm expert can't open it. Then why can she? Yang Yi was puzzled. Because she's the martial god, Shi Luo said. Moreover, she had Sky Split. With the strength she possesses and the help of Sky Split, it isn't difficult for her to break open that energy barrier. It isn't difficult for her, but for us. Haha. Yang Yi glanced at the energy barrier at the entrance to the 5th level, and he withdrew his gaze after looking for a while. After that, he found a spot and sat down cross-legged. Presently, his main objective was to improve his strength as quickly as possible and then occupy a position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Because only in that way would he be able to obtain karmic luck, and only in that way could he transfer karmic luck to Xiaoyushi. The energy in the 4th level was extremely abundant and dense to the point it could practically be sensed clearly. The tiny vortex circulated, and then a wave of energy fluctuation instantly arose around Yang Yi. After that, Yang Yi's body was like a vortex, and the energy in the surroundings surged into him. After a period of being refined and purified, the energy transformed into strands of violet profound energy that flowed into Yang Yi's tiny vortex. Countless people in the surroundings were stunned when they saw Yang Yi cultivate. Especially Shi Luo. His eyes were opened wide, and he gazed at Yang Yi as if he was looking at a monster. After a short while, he gulped and said, is his cultivation technique a high-grade heaven-rank technique? It's so terrifying. Ji Yanxia nodded in agreement and said, it's very terrifying indeed. Mo Ke, Hun Yu, and the others looked over towards Yang Yi as well. Both of their eyelids twitched when they saw how Yang Yi cultivated because it was truly too unusual. Both of them exchanged glances, and they saw a wisp of a heavy expression in each other's eyes. In next to no time, Yang Yi frowned because he noticed that had fully absorbed the energy around him. He turned his head to glance at his surroundings, and he noticed that the others around him were looking at him with resentful gazes. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment, and then he hurriedly moved to a different spot. The volume of energy needed by the tiny vortex was enormous, especially because it wasted an uncountable amount of energy during the process of converting the energy into violet profound energy. So, even though Yang Yi had absorbed much more when compared to the others, the amount he could utilize in the end was comparatively lesser. Of course, the reason he needed so much energy was because he felt that he was on the verge of breaking through, and it was because the profound energy within the tiny vortex was starting to undergo a transformation. Yes, the light violet profound energy had started to ceaselessly compress itself, and this transformation process required the support of a huge amount of energy. Actually, it wasn't just Yang Yi. Many other profounders in the surroundings had started to break through as well. Most of the people here were at the peak of the King realm, and they were only a step away from the spirit realm. Now that they had a place with extremely dense and pure energy to cultivate at, it was naturally extremely normal that they would break through. However, a huge problem appeared. The problem was that when everyone started madly absorbing the energy here, the energy in the fourth level was quickly on the verge of being insufficient. So, the group of humans and the group from the three races exchanged glances, and then killing intent and a cold glow appeared in their eyes. Chapter 372. So, a moment of peace didn't represent that peace would be eternal. Just like this very moment, there were too many profounders while the energy here was insufficient. Coupled with the fact that they were enemies since the beginning, they'd naturally aroused killing intent towards each other. After all, one less person represented an extra portion of energy, and that extra portion of energy would naturally allow them to have a higher chance of advancing into the spirit realm. However, they were clearly aware that if they were to fight to the death, then they would suffer heavy losses even if their side was victorious. But they weren't willing to just allow the others to continue absorbing spirit energy as well. It was especially so for the devil, nether, and demon race. Allowing human profounders to cultivate freely in front of them was simply like a form of humiliation to them. So, some devil profounders and nether profounders had already started circulating their profound energy, and they intended to attack. Yan Yi opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. He walked over to the center and gazed at the profounders from the three races while he said, "You intend to attack us? All right. But allow me to say something in advance. I can't guarantee that we'll be able to win, and I even think that we'll be completely annihilated. However, I can guarantee that no one from all three of your races will be able to leave safely. You're threatening us?" Embark flipped his palm, and then the nether god's spear flashed into appearance while devil energy flickered around it. "Yes." Yan Yi looked Embark straight in the eye and said, "You can give it a try if you don't believe me, and you can see if I can accomplish it. Trust me, it'll kill you right now." Embark's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent surged explosively within them. The devil energy he emanated grew denser and denser, and it completely enveloped him in the end. "I don't." It wasn't Yang Yi who spoke these words, and it was a black shadow that had suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. After that, 2-3. In less than 2 breaths of time, 108 black shadows had appeared behind Yang Yi. Right when everyone was shocked, all the other black shadows except the 10 who stood behind Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and it was like they'd never appeared here. The Hidden Dragon Pagoda was a paradise of cultivation, so Yang Yi would naturally not ask these brothers of his to stay outside. Actually, they'd come in with him at the very beginning. However, Yang Yi didn't ask them to join the battle because he didn't want them to come to any harm. But now, he had no choice but to utilize them to deter the profounders from the three races. Otherwise, once a battle erupted, then all the human profounders behind him would really perish. They trusted him and followed him, so he was obligated to try his best to keep them alive. At this moment, the expressions of Embark, Hanyu, and the profounders standing behind them had become solemn. If it was merely those human profounders, then they wouldn't be fearful at all. However, if these mysterious assassins were to suddenly stab them in the back while they fought the human profounders, they'd personally witness the ability of these assassins. Even their physical bodies could be easily injured by those assassins, so how could they not be fearful? With the strengths that Embark and Hanyu possessed, they naturally weren't afraid of these assassins. However, they knew that if they were to enter into the battle with the human profounders, then their companions would definitely be in danger from those mysterious assassins. So, when Yang Yi said that no one from all the three races they represented would be able to leave safely, it wasn't a lie at all. "You ought to be clearly aware that if all of us remain here and this continues, then the energy in the fourth level will be completely exhausted," said Embark in a deep voice. Yang Yi fell silent when he heard this. Indeed, everyone here was a genius amongst geniuses, and all of them wanted to break through into the spirit realm. It was exactly this reason that they absorbed an enormous amount of energy, and it caused the energy here to be insufficient. Yan Yi understood this principle, but he was helpless against it as well. He would naturally not sacrifice the human profounders, but their strength was insufficient to annihilate the profounders from the three races. So Yan Yi was troubled as well. I have a method! Meanwhile, Luo Shui walked over slowly, and the 500-plus masked figures followed closely behind him. Emoka asked in a low voice. What method? Survival of the fittest. Luo Shui grinned and said, regardless of whether it's the human race, devil race, or nether race. The strong will occupy a position here. As for the weak, they can go down to the third level. Even though the energy there is inferior to the fourth level, it's their fault for being weak. What do all of you think? Of course, if either one of your sides thinks you can annihilate the other side, then make your move. How will we accomplish that? Asked Yang Yi. It's naturally by allowing the strong to stay behind while the weak head down to the third level, Luo Shui said. According to my estimations, the energy here is only sufficient for 500 people to absorb for around 3 days. In other words, only 100 people from each of our races can stay behind, whereas the remaining have to head down to the third level. Of course, for the sake of avoiding any conflict, all of you'll choose which individuals from amongst your groups will leave. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi was the first to speak. I agree. Mo Kut and Han Yu glanced at Yang Yi and Luo Shui before they nodded as well. Luo Shui grinned when he saw them agree, and then he turned around to glance at the group behind him. Those masked figures behind him immediately bowed to him, and then in less than 2 breaths of time, only 100 masked figures remained there. When they witnessed this scene, Mo Kut, Han Yu, and Yang Yi had heavy expressions on their faces. Even though the strengths possessed by those masked figures was unknown, their respect towards Luo Shui and the speed they accomplished this task made Yang Yi, Mo Kut, and Han Yu feel even more curious towards Luo Shui's identity. Exactly what sort of identity does he possess to be able to have a group of subordinates who obey his every order? Mo Kut turned around to glance at the others from the devil race. They didn't embarrass Mo Kut. He didn't have to name them himself before the comparatively weaker devil profounders walked down to the third level themselves. Moreover, the nether race acted in the exact same way. When it came to Yan Yi's group, Yang Yi could only laugh bitterly. Because not a single profounder from amongst the human profounders had taken the initiative to stand up. The reason they'd come with him was that he could lead them to obtain benefits. Yet now, all of them were selfish. All of them had risked their lives to be able to stand here, so how could they be willing to go down and allow others to cultivate here? The profounders from the other 3 races revealed ridiculing expressions as they gazed at the human profounders who didn't move at all. After that, they looked at Yang Yi with a mocking expression as they wanted to see how he would deal with the situation. Yang Yi gazed at them and said, I know that all of you don't want to head down, and I understand that. After all, it's something all of you risked your lives to obtain, and I don't have the right to force any one of you to go down to the third level. So I've decided that I'll go to the third level myself. Those who are willing to follow me can follow me. I will absolutely not force you to follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked slowly towards the third level while Zhang Lu, Yi Yun, and the group of profounders from the southern territory followed closely behind him. Yang Yi naturally didn't want to head down, but he had no other choice. Because if he forced the human profounders to head down instead, then it would definitely cause internal strife to arise between them. At that time, the entire group of human profounders would definitely be finished. After all, the profounders of the 3 races were still here. He would naturally not be afraid if he was all alone, but he had no other choice now. After all, there were over 100 profounders from the southern territory who were following him. Shi Luo and Ji Yanshi exchanged glances, and then they followed Yang Yi. The remaining human profounders instantly panicked when they saw Yang Yi and the others actually intended to head down to the third level. After all, besides the fact that they'd risked their lives in battle, the reason they were able to be standing here was because Yang Yi, Ji Yanshi, and Shi Luo had led the group. If the 3 of them were gone, then it would be useless no matter how huge their group was. Right when they were about to speak, a sound of laughter suddenly resounded. Since they intend to leave, then let them. Why ask them to stay? Don't all of you just lack someone to lead all of you? Just follow me. Yang Yi stopped when he heard this, and then he looked at the person who spoke these words. A cold glow flashed in Yang Yi's eyes when he saw this person because it was exactly Mu Jun. Mu Jun walked over to the remaining human profounders and said, With the strength I possess, it isn't a problem to keep all of you alive. Of course, I would absolutely not stop all of you if you're willing to follow him down to the 3rd level. Those human profounders instantly fell silent upon hearing this. Obviously, they tacitly agreed that even though it was slightly unfair to Yang Yi, they were truly unwilling to give up this extremely rare opportunity to cultivate. The profounders from the other 3 races gazed at Yang Yi when they witnessed this scene, and then they instantly revealed mocking expressions. Mu Jun glanced at Yang Yi and grinned, and then he revealed a helpless expression. It seemed like he was telling Yang Yi that Yang Yi couldn't blame him for this. Yang Yi didn't flare up. He merely smiled, and then he gazed at the human profounders behind Mu Jun and said, We were originally companions, and I can sacrifice my own interests for my companions. Unfortunately, all of you have chosen to become my enemies. So, Chapter 373 Abandoned. When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi grinned and said, So, I and these 100+ brothers behind me won't be heading down anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi glanced at Mu Jun as well, and then he led the group behind him to the side. The atmosphere here became slightly odd. Yang Yi and the profounders behind him refused to leave, but the number of human profounders here was too much. So, the profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race were naturally unwilling to see this happen. However, there was a problem in front of them. That problem was whether they should drive Yang Yi's group away or Mu Jun's group. In next to no time, Embark and the others gazed at Mu Jun. Even though Mu Jun had comparatively more people on his side, only Mu Jun could be a threat to them. Moreover, Mu Jun was all alone. On the other hand, Yang Yi had Shi Luo and Ji Yanshi. Most importantly, Yang Yi had a group of assassins that were watching from the surroundings. Mu Jun's face fell when he noticed Embark, Hanyu, and the others looking at him. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually make such a move. The reason he had stepped forward earlier wasn't just to annoy Yang Yi, it was also because these human profounders behind him weren't bad. After all, they'd survived the brutal battle from before. If he could annoy Yang Yi and bring these fellows under his control, then he was naturally extremely happy to do so. So, he stood forward. Yet now, had dug a hole and buried himself in it instead. Fight? That was absolutely impossible. He would naturally not fight desperately with his life on the line against the 3 races for these human profounders who stood behind him. His life was much more precious. Since he couldn't fight them, then there was only one path left. However, right at this moment, Mo Qingyu suddenly arrived at Mu Jun's side. Mo Qingyu glanced at Yang Yi before she glanced at Embark and Hanyu. In the end, she gazed at Mu Jun and said, Let's form an alliance? Mu Jun was delighted when he heard this, and he said, Of course. He wasn't willing to fight Embark, Hanyu, and the others by himself. But it was different if the Sword Emperor joined his side as well. In other words, at this moment, the strength possessed by his group wasn't inferior to any other group here. Sure enough, Embark and Hanyu's expressions turned gloomy. If it was just Mu Jun, then it wasn't difficult to annihilate all the human profounders standing behind Mu Jun. But if Mo Qingyu was included, then it wasn't that simple anymore. Forget about that. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's icy cold voice resounded, and then a strand of violet sword she shot swiftly like a bolt of lightning towards Mo Qingyu. Originally, Yang Yi hadn't intended to attack her right now. But he had no choice because he was truly annoyed by how arrogantly she acted. Since he was annoyed, then it was best to just kill her. In any case, he was going to kill her, so it was better to get it done earlier. A wisp of disdain flashed through Mo Qingyu's eyes when she saw this strand of sword chi shoot swiftly towards her. Utilizing sword chi in front of me? Is this fellow's intelligence getting lower and lower? However, right at this moment, Mo Qingyu's pupils suddenly constricted because Yan Yi, who was originally standing in the distance, had actually vanished on the spot, and he transformed into a black ray of light that shot explosively towards her. He was too swift, and it was swift to the point that had instantly overtaken that strand of sword chi, and then a glowing tip of a sword suddenly arrived at her throat. Mo Qingyu was shocked. When did his speed become so swift? It was swift to the point that even Mo Qingyu, who had comprehended wind intent, was on the verge of being unable to see his movements clearly. Even though she was shocked, Mo Qingyu's reaction wasn't slow at all. The tip of her right foot spun on the ground, and then a green vortex suddenly appeared from beneath her foot. After that, Mo Qingyu left a string of afterimages behind as she swiftly appeared over 30 m away. At the spot where Mo Qingyu stood just moments ago, Yan Yi flipped his palm, and the dragon-bone sword in his hand left a string of afterimages behind as he pointed it at Mo Qingyu. He said, "This is the so-called Sword Emperor? If the Sword Emperors of the past knew that the Sword Emperor of this era is actually such a piece of trash, I wonder if they would be humiliated to the point of rising from their graves." Killing intent flickered in Mo Qingyu's eyes when she heard this. However, Yan Yi had already shot explosively towards her again. "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish," Mo Qingyu shouted in a grim voice as her fair hand moved slightly. The ancient sheath floated in front of her before its tip pointed right towards Yan Yi. In the next moment, Mo Qingyu shouted once more, "Instant death sword!" As soon as she finished speaking, the ancient sheath transformed into a ray of light that shot over like a bolt of lightning. It was so swift that Mo Ke and Hun Yu's expressions changed, and even Luo Shui revealed a wisp of surprise. The ancient sheath instantly struck Yan Yi's stomach and easily broke through his skin before it shot violently into his body. A wisp of delight couldn't help but surge onto Mo Qingyu's face when she witnessed this scene. However, right at this moment, the ancient sheath suddenly stopped by itself, and then it transformed into a ray of light under the astounded gazes of everyone and withdrew from Yan Yi's stomach. After that, it transformed into the form of a woman. The ancient sheath's spirit gazed at Yan Yi with astonishment, and her eyes were filled with shock. She said, Who exactly are you?" Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Yan Yi's heart shook. He knew that the ancient sheath's spirit had noticed the tiny vortex. A wisp of icy cold killing intent flashed through the depths of Yan Yi's eyes when he thought up to here. Knowledge of the tiny vortex had major implications, and if it was known to an outsider, then Yan Yi wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. When he thought up to here, Yan Yi intended to attack. But the ancient sheath's spirit suddenly said, "Impossible! How could it possibly be in your possession? It's impossible! Impossible!" Yan Yi frowned when he heard this. The ancient sheath's spirit knows about the tiny vortex's origins? Otherwise, why would she reveal such an expression? What exactly is the tiny vortex to actually be able to make the ancient sheath's spirit lose her composure like this? A string of questions was ceaselessly flickering through Yan Yi's mind, yet he didn't have a single answer. After a short while, the ancient sheath's spirit calmed down greatly, and then she turned around to gaze at Mo Qingyu while a wisp of a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. She said, "Qingyu, I'm sorry, but I'm unable to continue staying by your side. Because I noticed that you're not suitable to be the Sword Emperor. The title of Sword Emperor should belong to an Emperor of the Sword." Everyone here was shocked once more. What does she mean? Does the ancient sheath intend to leave its owner? No, it should be said that Mo Qingyu is about to be abandoned? A Sword Emperor that was abandoned by the ancient sheath had never occurred in the history of the continent. After a brief moment of shock, Mo Qingyu's expression became extremely unsightly. Being abandoned by the ancient sheath was absolutely like being struck by lightning under a clear sky to her, and it was a huge humiliation. However, the ancient sheath's spirit didn't spare another glance at her. She turned around to look at Yan Yi before she said, "I know that you have a slightly bad impression of me, but if you have my assistance throughout your path of cultivation in the future, then you'll definitely be able to become a peerless sword cultivator who surpasses the sword sect's founding ancestor." Because I possess the sword techniques, comprehensions, experiences, and inheritances of all the sword emperors throughout the history of the continent. You intend to choose me? Asked Yang Yi in a low voice. The ancient Shi's spirit nodded lightly and said, You have the qualifications and the strength. You don't have to use my strength because the sword sect's founding ancestor never utilized my strength as well. He was willing to let me stay by his side merely because I possess the sword techniques and experiences of all the past sword emperors. Yan Yi instantly felt slightly tempted because he really lacked knowledge related to the sword Dao and sword techniques. If he was able to obtain the sword techniques, comprehensions, experience, and inheritance of all the past sword emperors, then it would definitely be extremely beneficial to him. However, Yan Yi was slightly worried. He was slightly worried because of the ancient Shi's spirit. Why have you chosen me? Asked Yang Yi in a low voice. Because of it, the ancient Shi's spirit said. But it isn't entirely because of it as well. After all, you're more suitable to be the Sword Emperor, and I merely missed the opportunity to meet you before her. When he heard this, Yang Yi took a deep breath before he said, Since it's like that, then as you wish. He really didn't want to give up on obtaining the sword techniques and inheritances of the past sword emperors. This was an opportunity to him. It was a superb opportunity for him to swiftly become an expert in the sword Dao. He really didn't want to give up this chance, even if he slightly disliked the ancient Shi's spirit. The ancient Shi's spirit was delighted when she heard Yang Yi, and then she transformed into the ancient Shi and floated in front of Yang Yi. The expression of the faces of Emoka, Hanyu, and the others became unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Yan Yi's strength was already formidable, and now that had obtained the ancient Shi and became the Sword Emperor, it was undoubtedly like a tiger that had grown wings. It would become even difficult for them to kill him. Of course, Emo Qingyu's expression was even more unsightly. The ancient Shi had abandoned her, and even chosen her mortal enemy. How could she possibly accept this? A hysterical and furious howl resounded as a green vortex instantly enveloped Emo Qingyu. At the same time, almost 1,000 green energy swords suddenly floated up into appearance around her. Yang Yi! They'll never rest until I kill you! A savage voice resounded from within the green vortex. Chapter 374 Sword Servant. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Is this her act of desperation? Yang Yi paid no attention to Emo Qingyu. He clenched his palm and took the ancient sheath in his hand. It felt cold to the touch. When he looked carefully at it, he noticed that a few black marks that seemed like bolts of lightning were inscribed on the ancient sheath. Besides that, there was nothing special about the ancient sheath. Emo Qingyu's expression grew even more ferocious when she saw Yang Yi disregard her. She released her 8th level sword intent to its limits, while she did the same for her 8th level wind intent. The enhancement provided by them caused the green vortex around her to revolve faster and faster. In the end, it actually formed a small tornado, and a few thousand green swords spun around within the tornado. The two had fused completely. The countless profounders in the surroundings were shocked by this scene. Even though Emo Qingyu had been abandoned by the ancient sheath, her strength still couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention anything else, just this attack wasn't something that many in the surroundings could resist. Yang Yi shot his gaze towards Emo Qingyu. As he gazed at the might she revealed, Yang Yi had no choice but to admit that Emo Qingyu's strength was extremely terrifying. Even though he didn't know what rank the combat technique she was executing now possessed, based on its might alone, it was absolutely not inferior to a low-grade heaven rank technique. Especially when it was enhanced by her 8th level sword intent and wind intent, its might had even improved by countless times. But so what? Why would Yang Yi fear it? Yang Yi held the ancient sheath in his hand as his tiny vortex suddenly started circulating. In an instant, countless strands of light violet profound energy traveled along his meridians and entered the ancient sheath. Dazzling light erupted from the ancient sheath, and it swept towards the surroundings. Moreover, countless fine holes instantly appeared on the ground. Yang Yi issued a command in his head, and the nether ghost flame flashed into appearance and enveloped the ancient sheath, causing the temperature in the surroundings to instantly blaze. Embark and Hun Yu revealed heavy expressions again when they saw the nether ghost flame. Moreover, a trace of imperceptible fear had even flashed in the depths of their eyes. It was especially so for Hun Yu because this natural treasure of Yang Yes showed faint signs of being especially harmful to him. Luo Shui revealed a heavy expression in his eyes as well, but there was even more curiosity in his eyes. Because even with his status, he actually didn't know what natural treasure it was. I wonder if that mysterious flame, or my violet cloud lightning is stronger. Luo Shui grinned and spoke in a low voice. Sword wind dance! And Mo Qingyu's shout resounded. After that, the green tornado shot forward violently while carrying the thousands of green energy swords with it. Its speed was so swift that it instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. As for its might could only be described as terrifying. Because space trembled violently everywhere it passed, and it was even to the extent that some parts of space had shown faint signs of warping. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly before he twisted his wrist and stomped his right foot on the ground. He shot forward violently like a cannonball that carried a black flaming sheath as it flew. A fierce expression flashed through Yang Yes' eyes while he traveled forward, and the profound energy within his body surged madly into the nether ghost flame and ancient sheath. After that, he executed a spinning strike against the terrifying green tornado. The ancient sheath had just come into contact with the green tornado and energy swords when the nether ghost flame attached to the ancient sheath had suddenly erupted. In an instant, the nether ghost flame had burned the green tornado into nothingness, as if it was just burning bamboo, and then both the nether ghost flame and ancient sheath shot forward once more. In an instant, they arrived in front of Mo Qingyu. However, a green vortex suddenly flashed into appearance beneath Mo Qingyu's feet, and then she transformed into a gust of wind that vanished on the spot and appeared over 30 m away. Using speed against me? Yan Yi grunted coldly as he withdrew a top-grade Strider talisman and slapped it onto himself, and then the profound energy within his body suddenly surged into the dragon shoes on his feet. He tapped his right foot lightly on the ground, and then his figure left countless afterimages behind as he instantly appeared in front of Mo Qingyu. After that, the tip of the ancient sheath instantly pierced through Mo Qingyu's heart. Mo Qingyu's eyes opened wide, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness and boundless resentment. Am I going to die just like this? I, Mo Qingyu, am going to die just like this. Moreover, I've even been killed by a sword cultivator. Mo Qingyu had started training with the sword at the age of 5, comprehended sword intent at the age of 15, and attained the peak of the 8th level of sword intent at the age of 21. She was said to be the most outstanding genius in the sword Dao throughout the history of her clan, and her clan had entrusted high hopes on and said that she had the greatest chance to become the Sword Emperor. Yes, she had become the Sword Emperor, but she had become the Sword Emperor had been defeated by a sword cultivator, and then she died at the hands of a sword cultivator. I refuse to accept this. I really refuse to accept this. The clarity in her eyes gradually vanished. The others in the surroundings fell silent when they witnessed this scene. No matter what, Mo Qingyu's strength had obtained their acknowledgement. If Yang Yi didn't exist, then while she probably wouldn't be able to defeat the martial god of this era, she was bound to become one of the most outstanding monstrous geniuses in the continent. Moreover, she was bound to lead her clan to glory. However, it just so happened that a freak like Yang Yi had appeared, and it could only be described as the heavens playing tricks on her. Yang Yi pulled the ancient sheath out and glanced indifferently at Mo Qingyu's chest. Her heart had been instantly shattered into powder by him. In other words, she was dead now. Right at this moment, the ancient sheath suddenly struggled free from his grasp, took human form, and appeared in front of Mo Qingyu. As she gazed at Mo Qingyu's lifeless eyes, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed through the eyes of the ancient sheath's spirit, and she sighed softly. After that she gestured with her fair hand, and then Mo Qingyu's corpse instantly transformed into a strand of green light that vanished on the spot. Yang Ye's face fell when he witnessed this scene, and then the nether ghost flame swiftly appeared in his palm. He said in a low voice, "You intend to save her?" The ancient she's spirit nodded and said, "You don't have to be infuriated. Saving her is beneficial to you. Moreover, even I can't save her now. It's beneficial to me?" Killing intent flashed in Yang Yes' eyes as he said, "Please do tell." The sword spirit of the ancient sheath nodded lightly, and then her voice resounded directly in Yang Yes' mind. The Seventh Sword Emperor obtained a secret technique called puppetry in a ruin. It refers to turning humans into puppets. These puppets have no consciousness of their own, and they merely have their combat experience. However, he felt that it was insufficient, so he spent almost 10 years to perfect the technique. In the end, he utilized it to create a new secret technique, soul puppetry. Soul puppetry? Soul puppetry refers to taking direct control of the soul during the period after a person's death and before the soul disperses from within the body. In this way, the soul wouldn't just possess its combat experience, it would possess all its memories and abilities from the time when it was still alive. To put it simply, it isn't a simple puppet, and this puppet can ceaselessly improve its strength without any limits. Then are the puppets dead or alive? Asked Yang Yi. Dead? The sword spirit's voice resounded in Yang Yes' mind again. Yang Yes' expression eased up slightly when he heard this. However, right at this moment, the sword spirit voice appeared again. However, I hope that you'll bring her back to life when you have the ability in the future. Of course, you won't be doing it for nothing. She'll become your puppet until you gain the ability to revive her. No, according to that sword emperor, she should be called your sword servant. A Peking realm sword servant that possesses 8th level sword intent and 8th level wind intent ought to be very helpful to you. Yang Yi was tempted when he heard this. Indeed, he was very tempted. After all, Emo-Chinyu's strength was extremely terrifying. If he didn't possess the Nether Ghost Flame, the Ancient Sheath, and the Dragon Shoes, then it would be utterly impossible for him to kill her. So if he had such an extraordinary expert as a servant by his side then... However, Yang Yi was still slightly unable to rest at ease because this extraordinary servant had a will of its own. Once it turned on him at a critical moment, then it would be equivalent to an extraordinary assassin. Yang Yi asked about the problem that worried him. Can you guarantee that she won't turn on me? I can't. The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched. He was just about to speak when the sword spirit's voice resounded once more. The soul puppetry technique has a single flaw, and it's that the person utilizing the technique must possess strength and cultivation that surpasses the target. Otherwise, it's very likely that the target would take control of the user instead. If you're confident, then he'll pass this technique to you when the time comes. But I have a condition. What condition? Yang Yi frowned slightly. This sword spirit seems to be slightly unreliable. She's actually trying to negotiate with me. Save her life if you have the ability in the future. We'll talk about that in the future. Yang Yi didn't give the sword spirit an answer. The sword spirit of the ancient she seemed to intend to say something else, but Yang Yi suddenly said in a cold voice, "Trust me, I'll obliterate her right now." He didn't like bargaining with others, even if it was the ancient she's sword spirit. Chapter 375 Cruel? The ancient she's sword spirit sighed faintly before her figure spun, and then she returned to her true form and floated in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi held the ancient sheath in his hand as he turned around to glance at Emoka and Hanyu. In the end, his gaze descended onto Mu Jun and the human profounders standing behind Mu Jun. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at them, and then he turned around and walked over to his own group. He wasn't stupid enough to drive them away. In any case, there would naturally be someone else to take the job. Sure enough, the gazes of Emoka, Hanyu, and the others had descended onto Mu Jun's group. Presently, Mu Jun didn't have any help, and it wasn't difficult for them to deal with Mu Jun and the human profounders standing behind Mu Jun. Mu Jun had a gloomy expression on his face when he saw Emoka, Hanyu, and the others look at him. He hadn't expected that Yang Ye's strength would actually be so formidable that Yang Yi was actually able to kill that peerless genius in the sword Dao from the Mo clan. Of course, he didn't care about Mo Qingyu's fate, and he only cared about the situation he was in right now. If he chose to continue leading this group of human profounders, then he would have to face Mo Ke, Han Yu, and the others from the three races. He wasn't afraid of them, but he had to maintain his strength for the Hidden Dragon rankings, so it wasn't worth taking such a risk for these human profounders. When he thought up to here, Mu Jun shrugged and said, "I've decided to not interfere in this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't spare another glance at the human profounders standing behind him, and he just turned around and walked to the side. The expressions on the faces of the human profounders behind Mu Jun had become unsightly when they heard him. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Mu Jun would actually abandon them just like that. Of course, they didn't have the time to resent Mu Jun right now because they were currently in a situation where they could only choose to head down to the third level or die. Head down? They were truly unwilling to do that. After all, they'd risked their lives to obtain a place here. But they didn't dare to stay here as well. After all, they didn't have a leading figure amongst them, so how could they be a match for Mo Ke, Han Yu, and the others? All of them glanced at Yang Yi while their lips trembled. They seemed to want to say something, but when they thought about their previous decision, all of them didn't say anything in the end. Many of them sighed lightly and were about to head down. "Kill them! Spare no one!" Mo Ke's icy cold and bone-piercing voice suddenly resounded. After that, countless devil profounders, nether profounders, and demon profounders flashed over and instantly charged into the group of human profounders. The human profounders hadn't even recovered from their shock when over 10 of them had been instantly killed. Once they recovered from their shock, all the human profounders were horrified. However, their reactions weren't slow, and they hurriedly launched a counterattack. Mo Ke glanced at Yang Yi, yet Yang Yi's eyes were lightly shut right now. It was like he hadn't noticed this scene at all. Mo Ke's heart shook when he witnessed this scene because Yang Yi's ruthlessness was on par with his devil race. In Yang Yi's opinion, he didn't like betrayal. Earlier, had taken them to be one of his own, so he was willing to sacrifice his own interests for them. Because in his heart, those who followed him were absolutely more important than his own interests. Unfortunately, they'd chosen to abandon him out of consideration for their own interests. Since they were heartless, then there was no need for him to be loyal. Since they'd abandoned him, then he naturally had to abandon them as well. Yang Yi was such a narrow-minded person. Repay enmity with kindness? Sorry, but Yang Yi wasn't such a noble person. So, Yang Yi disregarded the horrifying slaughter that the profounders of the three races were carrying out. "Senior brother Yang, please consider our relationship from before and lend us a hand. We're willing to head down to the third level. We're willing to head down. Senior brother Yang, please lend us a hand. Brother Yang, it was our mistake, and we've realized it. Please forgive our mistakes and lend us a hand. We'll be eternally grateful for your help." "Yang Yi, are you really going to watch heartlessly as we're annihilated here?" The human profounders were no match for the experts from the three races in the end. It wasn't long before more than half of them had perished. They were helpless and could only seek help from Yang Yi's group. However, Yang Yi acted as if he hadn't heard their cries for help, and he just stayed silent. Since Yang Yi stayed silent, the profounders behind him naturally stayed silent like him, even if they were slightly unable to bear the sight of this. After all, they'd gone through a battle of life and death together. However, when they thought about how these fellows had chosen to stay on the fourth level and abandon them, the pity they felt had faded to a huge extent. Sometimes, choices were extremely important. The right choice would lead to success, the wrong choice would lead to destruction. There was no doubt that these fellows had made the wrong choice. As he watched the human profounders getting slaughtered, a wisp of pity flashed through Ji Yanxi's eyes, and he said, "Brother Yang, we—" Ji Yanshi hadn't finished speaking when Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted Ji Yanshi. He said, "Brother Ji, I know what you mean. If it was before this, then I would do my best to protect everyone's lives even if I have to utilize all my trump cards. But now I'm sorry. I won't allow my brothers to risk their lives for the sake of some fellows who abandoned us for their own benefit. They aren't worth it. Ji Yanshi sighed lightly when he heard this. He wanted to make a move on many occasions, but he restrained himself in the end. Truthfully speaking, he was extremely displeased when he recalled their choice and attitude. After all, his group had given up on their own benefit for their sake, yet what had they done? They'd abandoned his group for their own benefit. So, how could anyone avoid feeling displeased after experiencing something like that? That was the reason why he didn't lend a hand in the end. Blood gradually covered the entire ground as the group of human profounders were annihilated. Meanwhile, Embark suddenly said, I originally thought that my devil race was very cold-blooded and cruel. But now it would seem like it's still insufficient when compared to you, Yan Yi. Because the members of my devil race can kill each other, but will absolutely not allow others to kill members of our own race. Yet you, Yan Yi, watched without helping your fellow humans. Could it be that you're not afraid that it would disappoint the human profounders behind you? Cruel? Yan Yi smiled and said, I'm only responsible for my own. As for them, I'm sorry, but they abandoned me. I firmly believe that if you chose to slaughter the humans on my side just now, then they would absolutely not lend a hand. What do you think? Yan, yes, right. Meanwhile, Shiluo said, Everyone is selfish, and that's something I can't deny. Because I'm selfish as well. However, everyone has to pay the price for their own selfishness. So, Embark, stop trying to sow distrust amongst us. It wouldn't just be an act that insults your own intelligence, it would be an insult to our intelligence as well. Exactly. Meanwhile, Ji Yanshi said, Embark, why don't you speak about Mu Jun? He spoke about leading those fellows. Unfortunately, he just abandoned them when he encountered difficulties. TSK. This is the so-called Prince of the Central Territory? This is the so-called mortal emperor that will command all territories in the future? How laughable! Mu Jun's face fell when he heard Ji Yanshi, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Embark grunted coldly when he heard this, and then he led his companions to walk over to the side and start cultivating. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene. If someone from Embark's side was to be the first to attain the spirit realm, then... When he thought up to here, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to say, Everyone, cultivate on the spot and advance to the spirit realm as soon as possible. When they heard Yang Yi's practically ordering tone, all of them were stunned before they came to an understanding. Right, anyone here is likely to enter the spirit realm. All of them were clearly aware of what someone entering into the spirit realm represented. It would be a one-sided slaughter, and it would be a slaughter that wasn't difficult at all. With these thoughts in mind, they didn't hesitate to hurriedly sit cross-legged on the ground, and then they circulated their cultivation techniques and started to cultivate. Presently, it was like they were in a competition to be the first to arrive at the finish line. The price the losing side had to pay was their lives. So, no one could afford to lose. Yang Yi grinned when he saw them start cultivating, and then he flipped his palm. A huge bunch of talismans appeared in his palm as he said, These are energy-gathering talismans, and they can speed up your cultivation. They are very helpful to all of you. Come take one, everyone. Right, they are top-grade talismans. Hey, Shiluo, you bastard! Stop grabbing them! Ji Yanshi, you too! When Yang Yi spoke the words top-grade, all of them had swarmed over, and then talismans in his hand had instantly vanished. The expressions of the profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race became unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Chapter 376, the Fifth Level. Yang Yi paid no further attention to Embark and the others, and he sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate as well. At this moment, the sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. I suggest that you head to the 5th level. Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly as he asked. The 5th level? Your current strength is at the peak of the King Realm, and your cultivation is very stable. However, advancing into the spirit realm requires an extremely huge amount of energy. Even though you can advance here as well, you will absolutely be slower than Mo-Ke, Han Yu, and Luo Shui. Because they are half a step into the spirit realm, so they'll be able to step foot into the spirit realm within 2 days at most. Yang Yes' brows knit together even more tightly when he heard this. However, he didn't really mind because it was merely a level higher. As if she knew Yang Yes' thoughts, the sword spirit's voice resounded once more. Don't think that you can surmount a realm of cultivation to challenge a spirit realm expert. After all, the profound energy within a spirit realm profounder has condensed a step further, and it has become an aura. A spirit realm profounder can warp their opponent's attacks that enter within the scope of their aura. This ability can be said to be very lethal to profounders below the spirit realm. Aura? Yang Yu was puzzled. What's that? You'll understand when you attain the spirit realm. In short, if they attain the spirit realm before you, then perhaps you can still survive, but these fellows behind you will definitely be no match for a few attacks from them. How long would I need to attain the spirit realm if I were to cultivate here? 3 days. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he heard this number. Perhaps 3 days was extremely swift for others, but it was slightly slow to him. If it was like the sword spirit had said, then someone from amongst them Mo-Ke, Han Yu, and Luo Shui would have definitely attained the spirit realm before these 3 days could pass. Once they became a spirit realm expert, then it would definitely be a calamity to the human profounders on his side. After pondering deeply for a long time, Yang Yi said, "Can I head up to the 5th level? How would you know without giving it a try?" Yang Yi fell silent. After a short while, he suddenly smiled. The ancient Shi's sword spirit is right. How would I know that I can if I don't give it a try? So Yang Yi stood up and walked towards the entrance to the 5th level. Meanwhile, everyone in the surroundings had opened their eyes and looked at Yang Yi. "You're overestimating your ability." A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Han Yu's mouth. Mo-Ke frowned while a pondering expression arose in his eyes. Luo Shui revealed an expression of extreme interest instead. Yang Yi disregarded their gazes and walked over to the entrance of the 5th level. There was a thin blue barrier of light there. The barrier of light was crystalline, translucent, and flickered with brilliant light. Besides that, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Yang Yi gazed at the blue light barrier for a short while before he flipped his palm, and Dragon Bone appeared in his grasp. The profound energy within him instantly surged into Dragon Bone. At the same time, the nether ghost flame attached itself to Dragon Bone. Yang Yes' figure suddenly spun swiftly by exerting force from the tip of his foot, and then Dragon Bone slashed forward horizontally towards the blue light barrier. Bang! Yang Yes' expression changed as soon as his sword came into contact with it. Because a terrifying and enormous force had suddenly rebounded from the blue light barrier, and it caused his arm to instantly feel numb while his figure was blasted flying. He flew for almost 30 m before he crashed to the ground. Laughable! The ridiculing expression on Han Yu's face was extremely obvious. Mo-Ke shook his head and withdrew his gaze. A wisp of disappointment flashed through Luo Shui's eyes, and then he withdrew his gaze. Yang Yi stood up slowly and gazed at his right hand. A scarlet-red crack had split open on his palm. Yang Yi clenched his fist tightly while his gaze descended onto the blue light barrier. This time, there was unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Even with his physical body, he had actually suffered an injury from the energy that was rebounded by it. Of course, most importantly, the nether ghost flame was actually useless against it. What exactly is that blue light barrier? Don't try to use force against it. Because even if you attain the spirit realm and utilize your full strength, you still wouldn't be able to break it open. Right when Yang Yi was feeling bewildered, the sword spirit's head voice resounded once more in his mind. Why? Asked Yang Yi. Because it contained the energy of the laws. Unless your strength is formidable to the point of disregarding the laws of the person who created this light barrier, then you can break through it. Of course, if you're able to fully display the might of the nether ghost flame right now, then you would be able to accomplish it as well. However, you seem to be incapable of accomplishing that right now. Then why did you ask me to come here? Yang Yi was slightly displeased. Indeed, he could sense that it was utterly impossible for him to break through the blue light barrier with his current strength. After a moment of silence, the sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind again. You have that mysterious vortex. Perhaps it can allow you to go in there. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Indeed, even Yang Yi believed that if the mysterious vortex was willing, then it would definitely be able to break open the light barrier. However, it didn't obey him at all. But Yang Yi refused to give up and wanted to give it a try. Yang Yi walked over to the blue light barrier again, and then the others in the surroundings had opened their eyes to look at him once more. However, they quickly closed their eyes while Luo Shui hadn't even opened his eyes in the first place. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was overestimating his strength because they were very clearly aware of the blue light barrier's ability. It was set up by the first martial god, and the objective behind its creation was to stop others besides the future martial gods to enter the 5th level. As for why the first martial god had done this, they weren't very sure of the answer. They only knew that every single martial god who'd walked out from the 5th level had obtained an enormous improvement in their strengths. Simply speaking, the 5th level represented a place of inheritance for the martial gods, and it was undoubtedly impossible for others to enter it. Something worthy of mentioning was that the Sword Sect's founding ancestor hadn't been able to enter the 5th level as well. However, it didn't represent anything. After all, even the martial god of that era had been defeated by the Sword Sect's founding ancestor upon emerging from the 5th level. So, in the end, the rumor in the world was that the Sword Sect's founding emperor disdained to enter it all those years ago. However, no one knew if he really disdained to enter it or couldn't. In short, besides the martial gods, no one had been able to enter the 5th level. Yet now, Yang Yi actually intended to ascend to the 5th level. So, wasn't it an impossible dream? Yang Yi didn't care what they thought. He gazed at the blue light barrier before he slowly closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. He said, "You can enter it, right?" The tiny vortex remained silent and didn't react at all. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't give up just like that, and he said, "You must be aware that my strength would improve greatly if I enter the 5th level. Once my strength improves, you'll naturally be able to obtain a huge amount of benefits. So, it's a win-win situation if we go in there. What do you think?" The tiny vortex still remained silent. "Look, I'm very weak right now, so I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might die at any time. It's definitely not beneficial to you if I were to die, and it might even be harmful to you. You definitely don't wish for such a situation to occur, right? So you just have to help me slightly and we would be able to enter the 5th level. Once we do, you'll definitely be able to improve my strength swiftly and then..." Yang Yi spoke incessantly for almost 15 minutes. However, the tiny vortex didn't react at all, and it was like it hadn't heard Yang Yi at all. This caused Yang Yi to be filled with hatred. After another 15 minutes passed, Yang Yi took a deep breath and said to the tiny vortex, "Ha! It looks to me like you're completely helpless against this stupid light barrier, right? Of course, this light barrier is so formidable while you're so weak right now, so it's normal for you to be helpless against it. Don't worry, I won't look down upon you. I really understand you, really. Trust me." The tiny vortex still remained silent. A wisp of disappointment flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he witnessed this. Right when he was about to give up for good, the tiny vortex suddenly started revolving, and then a strand of enormous force suddenly surged out from within it. In an instant, a wave of dizziness assaulted Yang Yi's mind, and he heard a clear and melodious cold snort in his daze. However, he wasn't sure of it because had immediately fallen unconscious. At the same time, a ray of dark violet light instantly shot out from within Yang Yi's body, and it blasted the blue light barrier. Bang! A light bang resounded before a gap instantly split apart on the blue light barrier, and then Yang Yi was carried by a strand of violet energy and directly taken through the light barrier. After Yang Yi entered through it, the light barrier trembled slightly before it recovered to its previous state. At this moment, everyone on the fourth level was flabbergasted. Chapter 377 Then Just Die. When Yang Yi entered the fifth level, Emoke, Hanyu, and Luo Shui had suddenly stood up. Emoke and Hanyu's eyes were filled with disbelief, whereas Luo Shui's eyes revealed bewilderment that couldn't be concealed. How did Yang Yi accomplish it? At this moment, this question had flashed into appearance within the minds of everyone here. After an unknown period, Yang Yi's head felt extremely heavy, and he shook it with all his might. After another short while passed, Yang Yi finally opened his eyes slowly and blurriness filled his field of vision. Yang Yi frowned, and then he shook his head with all his might again. "You're awake!" A voice suddenly resounded by Yang Yi's ear. Yang Yi withdrew a top-grade healing talisman and slapped it on himself, and it made him instantly feel better. After that, he looked over towards the source of the voice, and he saw a white-robed woman who had her hands behind her back standing with her back faced him. The woman had a very slender figure. Her back was ramrod straight, while a ponytail that was tied behind her head flowed down behind her and stopped right above her butt. Her hands were kept behind her back while her left hand held her right fist, and she seemed valiant, heroic, and upright as she stood there. "And Nanjing?" asked Yang Yi in a light voice. The woman turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded lightly when he saw her appearance because she was a Nanjing. "You really surprised me." A Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to enter this place. But it just so happened that you've come here. So, it really makes me curious. I'm very sorry, but I can't tell you how." Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Just like you, I'm very curious as well. I'm very curious about what exactly is there within the fifth level." When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi glanced towards the surroundings, yet he noticed that it was extremely empty. There was nothing here, and it made him even more curious. "Haven't you seen it for yourself?" And Nanjing said flatly. "What else is here besides silence and coldness?" "Oh, of course, there's extremely dense energy and that so-called karmic luck. How could there possibly be nothing here?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. He felt that this was definitely not normal. He didn't believe that the first martial god would have made such a place and created a light barrier to obstruct entrance to the fifth level just for fun. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi, and then she didn't speak further. She just turned around and remained silent. Yang Yi didn't try to bring trouble to himself when he saw this. In his opinion, it was fine so long as she didn't take this place to belong solely to her and disallow him from stepping foot here. Even though he wasn't afraid of the so-called martial god, he really didn't want to fight her to the death here. After all, had come here to improve his strength and not to fight her in a one-on-one battle. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the spot and started to madly absorb the energy in the surroundings. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes because he noticed that the tiny vortex within him had actually started to spin by itself, and then it madly absorbed the energy in the surrounding. After that, Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that the speed which the tiny vortex absorbed the energy was much faster than him. As the tiny vortex absorbed in a frenzy, the energy in the surroundings actually seemed to form a small tornado, and Yang Yi was like a vortex that made those tiny tornadoes surge ceaselessly into him. Nanjing turned around once more, and a wisp of surprise flashed in her eyes when she witnessed this scene. Because the speed Yang Yi absorbed the energy seemed to be a bit too fast. In the beginning, Yang Yi was overjoyed because if the tiny vortex acted in this way, then it would naturally be he, Yang Yi, who obtained the benefits. But in next to no time, he noticed that it wasn't as had thought at all. Because after the energy absorbed by the tiny vortex was converted into light violet profound energy, all of it surged into the enormous door that floated above the pool of profound energy within his tiny vortex. In other words, his vortex dantian didn't have even a trace of profound energy. The surprise in Nanjing's eyes gradually thickened because she noticed that the energy Yang Yi had absorbed far exceeded the scope that a Peak King realm profounder could endure. This was extremely unusual. And Nanjing walked over slowly to Yang Yi. As she sensed the energy in the surroundings seemingly converge into a material form as they surged into Yang Yi's body, besides the puzzled expression that was already there in her eyes, there was even a trace of shock and curiosity. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and he gazed at Nanjing who stood in front of him and said, "What are you doing? I'm curious." And Nanjing said, "There's no need to feel worried. If I wanted to kill you, then you would have died while you were still unconscious." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. "This woman. How did you accomplish this?" And Nanjing's eyes revealed strong curiosity as she said, "Normally speaking, you're unable to accommodate so much energy, but you just happen to have succeeded. Just like how you were able to arrive here. I still can't tell you the answer." Yang Yi shrugged. And Nanjing suddenly said, "How about we make a trade?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said instinctively, "What trade?" "I'll tell you what this place is used for, and you tell me how you came in here and how you're able to absorb so much energy. All right?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched once more. At this moment, this extremely formidable woman who stood before him, and Nanjing, didn't have the elegant demeanor of the martial god at all. She was entirely like a curious child. If an outsider were to witness her appearance right now, that person's jaw would definitely hit the floor from shock. And Nanjing asked again, "What do you think?" Yang Yi shook his head helplessly and said, "Truthfully speaking, I'm very curious about exactly what this place is for. Unfortunately, I can't tell you how I got in here." Besides the people closest to him, he refused to allow anyone else to find out about the tiny vortex. As for what this place was for, even though he was curious about it, it wasn't really significant to him. In any case, he'd come here to cultivate. "I understand." And Nanjing nodded lightly when she heard this, and then she said, "Since it's like that, then what's the point of keeping you alive? So, just die." As soon as she finished speaking, and Nanjing suddenly kicked with her right leg, and it instantly struck Yang Yi's stomach. It was so swift that Yang Yi didn't even have the chance to react before it had been kicked away. He flew for over 100 m before he crashed heavily with the rock wall behind him. In an instant, the entire rock wall trembled violently while a human-shaped mark appeared there. What did Yang Yi feel right now? At this moment, he was utterly dazed by her. My God! This woman was polite, amiable, and extremely friendly just a moment ago, yet she directly attacked me in the next moment. Moreover, it was a blow that was intended to kill me. What the fuck? Isn't the speed she turned hostile towards me at too quick? Not only that, her attack is extremely swift as well. It's countless times quicker than Mo Qingyu, who comprehended wind intent. Moreover, her physical strength is terrifying. Just that kick alone almost shattered all my internal organs. Yang Yi forcefully endured the discomfort in his heart as he stood up slowly. Meanwhile, a wisp of surprise flashed through Nanjing's eyes as she said, "You actually survived after being struck by my 8th level strength intent and 8th level speed intent. Not bad. Once more." As soon as she finished speaking, a few dozen afterimages of her suddenly appeared, whereas her body had instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, her fist tore through the air and caused the air in front of it to explode as it approached Yang Yi's head. A ray of violet light flashed. Clang! The ancient sheath in his hand collided head-on with Nanjing's fist, and then a heavy and low bang resounded. Yang Yi's feet scraped the ground as he retreated explosively, and he retreated for around 20 m before he finally stopped. On the other hand, Nanjing hadn't moved at all. And Nanjing's eyes lit up slightly as she said, "Peak 6th level slaughter sword intent, mysterious profound energy, and a natural treasure. Not bad, you're much stronger than the Sword Emperor from before." Yang Yi's pupils constricted because Nanjing had already arrived in front of him while she spoke. Her speed was so quick to the point he couldn't even see her movements clearly. Besides that, there was no sign before she attacked because everything was so natural and completed at will. Yes, this was exactly the feeling he got from Nanjing right now. Yang Yi didn't have the time to continue thinking. The profound energy within his body surged into the dragon shoes before he swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground and evaded over 30 m to the right. However, Yang Yi's pupils constricted once more in the next moment, because head just flashed over 30 m to the right when a Nanjing was already standing there. Is this foresight? Chapter 378 I was born lonely and unmatched. Bang! Another heavy bang resounded as Yang Yi was blasted by a Nanjing's punch to the point his feet scraped the ground as his figure moved swiftly backward, and he finally stopped after moving around 60 m and smashing heavily against the wall behind him. Yang Yi lowered his head to take a glance, and he saw that the imprint of a fist had surprisingly been left on his chest. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. His gaze was ghastly and vicious as he gazed at a Nanjing who stood that proudly while looking at him with an indifferent gaze. He said, "As expected of the martial god, you're the strongest person beneath the spirit realm that I've ever seen." And? A Nanjing's brows raised slightly as she spoke indifferently. And? Yang Yi took a deep breath before he placed the ancient sheath into his spatial ring. His hands moved slightly as 2 dragon claws instantly covered his hands. At the same time, the profounder energy within surged violently into the dragon shoes on his feet. In the next moment, he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground and shouted, "Rapid shift!" As soon as he finished speaking, numerous afterimages instantly appeared where Yang Yi stood, whereas Yang Yi himself had appeared in front of a Nanjing after less than a breath of time had passed. His claws emanated a sharp and ear-piercing whistle as they tore through the air and claws at a Nanjing's throat. Yang Yi's speed was extremely swift this time as his speed had been instantly multiplied by 5 times. So, it was even slightly faster than the speed which a Nanjing had revealed earlier. Thus, Yang Yi had left behind numerous seemingly material afterimages on the spot which Yang Yi stood at just now and all along the way until he arrived in front of a Nanjing. And Nanjing's expression remained calm, and there was even the slightest fluctuation in her eyes. When Yang Yi's dragoclaws that contained terrifying might were about to touch her neck, her lips parted slightly as she said lightly, "Ward!" As soon as she spoke, a faint layer of fluctuation swept out from within her, and then Yang Yi's claws struck the fluctuation. In an instant Yang Yi's expression changed because it was like had struck a layer of cotton. It was extremely soft, so there was nowhere for his claws to exert the force within them, causing around 80% of the force within them to be instantly warded off. Yang Yi was shocked. He was just about to retreat when a Nanjing's figure approached him. At the same time, a slightly small fist instantly arrived before him and collided firmly against his stomach. Bang! Yang Yi's figure instantly curled up like a prawn as he flew backward. Bang! The stone wall shook again as Yang Yi crashed to the ground. A Nanjing shook her head slightly while she gazed at Yang Yi. She said, "A boring battle. I'll give you one last chance, bring forth your best, otherwise your life will end here." Yang Yi stood up slowly. Bang! A strand of flames suddenly surged out explosively from within Yang Yi, and it instantly covered Yang Yi in flames. Yang Yi flipped his palm while amidst the flames, and the ancient sheath flashed into his grasp before he clenched tightly onto it. Bang! A light bang resounded as the clothes on his right arm instantly exploded apart, and were burnt into nothingness by the nether ghost flames. Numerous veins the size of fingers gradually appeared on Yang Yi's entire arm while he held the seemingly burning ancient sheath. Yang Yi walked slowly towards a Nanjing as he said, "Needless to say, I have to thank you because you allowed me to understand a certain principle once more. Never become self-satisfied and proud. Because when you think you're very formidable, there's actually someone even stronger. Up until now, he could be said to have been completely crushed. Yes, even though it was very shameful, it was the truth." However, Yang Yi was happy. Why was he happy? It was just as had said, and Nanjing had allowed him to realize the insufficiencies in his mental state. Once a person attained some accomplishments, it was easy to feel proud and self-satisfied. Because the outcome of pride and self-satisfaction was conceit. Was Yang Yi self-satisfied and proud? Yes. had obtained 2 natural treasures, Dragabone, Dragashoes, Dragaclaws, comprehended peak 6th level Slaughter Sword Intent, attained the enlightened Sword Heart, and coupled with his battle against the 4 geniuses that day and killing Emochinyu, a thought had faintly arisen in his heart. That thought was that he, Yan Yi, was practically unmatched amongst the younger generation. Yes, when he thought about it truthfully, he really had such a thought in the depths of his heart. The consequence of such thoughts was blind confidence. Of course, there was an even more important thing, and it was the most dangerous as well. Once one became blindly confident and suffered a setback, then it was very likely for that person to be unable to rise again. This was what others meant when they said a person's heart towards the Tao was crushed. Once the heart towards the Tao was crushed, that person would naturally be finished as well. In the beginning, Yang Yi was slightly unable to accept that he was completely crushed by Nanjing in the collisions between them. Yes, since had started cultivating until now, when had he ever been completely crushed? When it was difficult to accept, it was easy for one to go overboard. Yes, had almost fallen into such a state. At the moment just now when Nanjing's last punch blasted him flying, his eyes had instantly turned crimson red while slaughter almost filled his mind. Fortunately, the enlightened sword heart he possessed had stabilized his mind at the last moment, so he didn't transform into a complete monster. Otherwise, even though the slaughter sword intent could improve his strength, if he were to face a Nanjing while being controlled by slaughter, then it would only be disadvantageous and harmful to him. Of course, while a Nanjing had allowed Yan Yi to recognize himself clearly, it didn't mean that Yan Yi's strength had erupted like a volcano and shot into the sky. The improvement of his mental state was much better than an improvement of strength, and the benefits of it were latent and long-term benefits. As she gazed at Yan Yi, who seemed to have transformed into a flaming man, and Nanjing's brows raised slightly while she said, "A natural treasure. Not bad, it's getting interesting." Right at this moment, Yan Yi suddenly vanished on the spot and instantly appeared in front of Nanjing. His right leg curved slightly before he suddenly stomped it on the ground, and his body instantly soared around 1.5 m into the air. He shouted fiercely as he held the ancient sheath with both hands, and then the ancient sheath carried numerous blades of fire as he slashed it down swiftly. 6th level slaughter sword intent, the nether ghost flame, and the strength his physical body possessed. This attack of Yan Yi's could be said to be an attack that carried the extremes of his strength, and the terrifying force carried within the ancient sheath caused air to be instantly torn apart and crushed into pieces while numerous explosions resounded throughout the ancient sheath's path. Moreover, the space all along the way had started to warp from the terrifying force carried by the ancient sheath and the might of the nether ghost flame. The formidable force contained within it even made the limestone around Nanjing to start shattering into powder. However, Nanjing, who stood below the ancient sheath, still had an extremely calm expression, and only her eyes revealed a trace of surprise and interest. When the ancient sheath arrived just a few centimeters away from her, she finally parted her rosy lips and said, "Ward!" As soon as she spoke, a fluctuation that was visible to the eye suddenly swept out above her, and it instantly collided with Yan Yi's ancient sheath. Yan Yi's expression changed while a wisp of a ruthless expression flashed through his eyes. He suddenly smashed the ancient sheath downward as he shouted in a grim voice, "Explode!" As soon as he spoke, the nether ghost flame which covered the ancient sheath had instantly exploded, and it transformed into an ocean of flames that enveloped Nanjing. Yan Yi's figure flashed and retreated over 10 m back. However, there was no delight in his eyes as he gazed at Nanjing, who was enveloped by the nether ghost flame, and there was only a solemn expression there. Because he firmly believed that Nanjing would definitely not be burned into nothingness by the nether ghost flame. After all, if that really happened, then she wouldn't be the martial god, and she wouldn't be in Nanjing. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths of time, the ocean of flames created by the nether ghost flame had suddenly dispersed towards the surroundings. After that, the ocean of flames vanished, and a small flame flew back to Yan Yi. At the same time, Nanjing's voice resounded. "As expected of a natural treasure, it actually almost injured me. Unfortunately, your strength is limited, and you're unable to bring forth its full strength. What a pity! As soon as she finished speaking, a Nanjing appeared within Yan Ye's field of vision. Yan Ye's pupils constricted when he saw her because he noticed that she was actually completely fine after being burned by the nether ghost flame. She was actually so strong? Yan Yi took a deep breath while the profound energy within his body surged, and the skin on his back started vibrating. Looks like I really can't hold back at all. Right when Yan Yi was about to utilize the sword domain and the ninth hell cold gale to attack her with his full strength, and Nanjing suddenly said, "Some people are born lonely and unmatched, and am such a person. It's a very lonely feeling. I and Nanjing don't want to be lonely and unmatched, so you understand what I mean, right?" The profound energy within Yan Ye's body surged, and he shook his head and spoke in a very honest manner. "I'm sorry, but I don't." Chapter 379 Sword Threads. In other words, you don't have to die anymore. Understand? And Nanjing spoke indifferently. Yan Yi couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this, and he said, "Are you so sure that you can kill me?" This woman's strength was extremely formidable. It was unprecedentedly formidable. However, he really didn't believe she could kill him. Even though she hadn't revealed her true strength, but had he? The enlightened sword heart's ability to destroy everything with a single strike of the sword wasn't just empty talk. "There's no one beneath the spirit realm who I can't kill." And Nanjing glanced indifferently at Yan Yi. Her tone was natural, as if she was speaking about something extremely normal. "Why don't you come and give it a try?" Yan Yi swung the ancient sheath in his hand as he spoke these words. And Nanjing shook her head slowly and said, "I have too few opponents. So killing you would deprive me of some enjoyment. Thus, for the sake of providing me with some enjoyment, you should continue living." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked down from the 5th level. When she arrived at the entrance of the 4th level, she suddenly stopped and said, "If you want to live longer, then work hard to become stronger. Otherwise, if I feel you don't have the qualifications anymore someday, then you'll die. Understand?" And Nanjing didn't stay here any longer and walked into the 4th level after she finished speaking. Yan Yi was stunned, and then he chuckled lightly. "I, Yan Yi, am only able to live because I'm able to provide her with some enjoyment? She really is arrogant to the extreme." Yan Yi didn't flare up from being underestimated. In any case, if nothing unexpected happened, then they would encounter each other during the battle for the rankings on the Hidden Dragon rankings. At that time, one of them would definitely die. Because the battles during the Hidden Dragon rankings were battles of life and death, and she would definitely not allow him to live. Similarly, he wouldn't allow her to live as well. Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed before the sword spirit of the ancient sheath appeared in front of Yan Yi. "It has been so long since I've come here." She glanced at the surroundings before a wisp of a complicated expression flashed through her eyes. "You've been here?" Yan Yi was astounded. The sword spirit nodded lightly and said, "The Unfettered One came here all those years ago, so I naturally came here with him. Wasn't the sword sect's founding ancestor unable to enter this place all those years ago?" Yan Yi was puzzled. He didn't during the time that Hidden Dragon rankings was held. However, it wasn't because he couldn't, but he disdained to enter this place. The ancient sheath spoke in a light voice. "Why?" "Because the first martial god left a strand of his soul here. To be more precise, the inheritance of one of his combat techniques lies here. With his pride, he would naturally not come here to seize that inheritance when had chosen not to become the martial god. So, he didn't come in here at that time. The facts of the past price that even the martial god who obtained such a top-rate inheritance couldn't defeat the Unfettered One," said the sword spirit. "An inheritance?" Yan Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "Where is it?" He wasn't as proud as the Unfettered One. The inheritance of the first martial god would probably not be trash at all, and he lacked combat techniques the most. "It's useless even if you obtain it." The sword spirit shook her head and said, "Because the requirements to cultivate that technique are extremely harsh. You can't even fulfill the first requirement, which is the most basic requirement, and that it to comprehend speed intent and strength intent. Speed intent and strength intent represents an understanding of the true meaning behind speed and strength. Yang Yi said, and Nanjing has comprehended both those intents? The sword spirit nodded and said, you must be careful when you fight her in the future because she's truly extremely formidable. Even if it was the unfettered one, he was merely slightly stronger than her at her age. After all, she already possesses 5 different intents. Any one of these intents isn't inferior to your slaughter sword intent. You ought to be very clearly aware of how formidable her speed intent and strength intents are. Moreover, I feel that she has concealed another intent. 5 intents! Yan Ye's expression couldn't help but turn solemn when he heard her. 5 different intents! How monstrous is her genius! Yan Yi fell silent. After a short while, he laughed bitterly and said in a low voice, looks like I really have to work hard. The sword spirit nodded lightly and said, your current strength is still slightly weak. Especially in terms of sword techniques. Even though the might of that sword formation is extraordinary when enhanced by the Nether Ghost Flame, and the Soulseek sword techniques isn't bad, that combination of sword formation and Nether Ghost Flame isn't very effective against true experts like a Nanjing and Mo. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. She was right. While the combination of the sword formation and Nether Ghost Flame was extremely strong, it wasn't able to pose a true threat to experts like Mo and in Nanjing. This caused him to have practically no choice but to strike them ferociously when he fought. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi shook his head while feeling rather helpless. Your Nether Ghost Flame is extremely formidable. The reason it wasn't effective against in Nanjing wasn't its fault. The sword spirit spoke slowly. The main reason is that you didn't utilize it correctly. Moreover, your sword formation and sword techniques themselves have huge flaws. In short, it's like a slight waste of a treasure when the Nether Ghost Flame is utilized by you. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched when he heard this. Can't this fellow be a little reserved when she speaks? However, he had no choice but to admit that her words made sense. Because Head never really studied the Nether Ghost Flame since Head obtained it, and Head purely released it during every battle. So, is there some sort of special method to control the Nether Ghost Flame? Yang Yi asked for guidance. The sword spirit remained silent and merely gestured with her hand. In an instant, the Nether Ghost Flame flew into her palm, and then she pulled it apart with her hands, and it was instantly pulled apart into a long and straight line. After that, she pushed it together slightly and it instantly transformed into a ball of flame. Next, her hands moved about for a moment, and then a flame dragon that was over 3 m long had instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Then, her hands moved again, and the flame dragon became a flame phoenix. Yang Yi was stunned by this scene. The Nether Ghost Flame simply seemed alive in her hands. It ceaselessly appeared in countless different shapes that were extremely lifelike, and it caused Yang Yi to be dazzled by this sight. After a short while, she flicked her finger, and the Nether Ghost Flame returned to Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi, who still felt shocked, and said, that was a method to control flames. The Nether Ghost Flame in your possession is like a piece of iron. If you know how to use it, then it will become a sharp sword that's a weapon of slaughter. If you don't know how to use it, then it would just be a piece of iron that can only be smashed against another. Yang Yi was about to speak when the sword spirit spoke again. Lend me your sword. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he flipped his palm and dragon bone appeared before the sword spirit. The sword spirit shook her head while she held dragon bone and said, you're actually using such trash. Could it be that you truly think this dragon bone of yours can resist Sky Split? Yang Yi hurriedly said. Then why don't you give me one? I don't have any. The sword spirit said, but I know a place that has a sword. Even though it's much more inferior to the unfettered one's Heavenly Inquisitor, it's not that bad. Where is it? Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Had always wanted to find a sword that was good and suited him. Unfortunately, had never seen one until now. The azure sword he possessed at that time wasn't bad, but it was taken back by the sword sect, and it had made him feel depressed for quite some time. It's in the southern territory. The sword spirit glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, "Let's go get it when we have the chance. Now, watch carefully." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword spirit swung Dragonbone lightly. In an instant, a strand of white and fine sword chi that seemed like a thread had shot out violently from the tip of Dragonbone. At the same time, a needle-sized hole had appeared on the stone wall over 100 m away from her. Yan Ye's eyes instantly opened wide when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with shock. Because that strand of sword chi was truly too small and fine, and it was fine to the point it was almost invisible to the eye. Right at this moment, the sword spirit gestured once more with her hand, and the nether ghost flame instantly attached itself to Dragonbone. After that, she swung Dragonbone again, and then a thread of sword chi shot out violently. Unlike before, the nether ghost flame was attached to this thread of sword chi, and to Yan Ye's astonishment, the nether ghost flame attached to the thread of sword chi had actually transformed into a thread as well. Bang! The thread of sword chi blasted onto the stone wall, and then a light bang resounded. After that, the enormous stone wall cracked apart. However, it recovered to its original state in next to no time. This scene made Yan Yi feel extremely puzzled. "That's the energy of the laws," the sword spirit explained. "The things here can be damaged, but the laws here will take effect once they are damaged to a certain extent, and then it will repair the damaged things." At this moment, Yan Yi didn't care about the so-called energy of the laws. His mind was filled with thoughts about how the sword spirit had made the sword chi so fine and tiny yet allowed its might to multiply. Moreover, even the nether ghost flame was the same. Yes, he was able to clearly sense that the nether ghost flame's might had improved greatly as well. So, when both of them were combined, their might far exceeded the ghost flame's sword formation and soul-seek sword technique. Chapter 380 The Spirit Realm. This sword technique is called Sword Thread, and it was created by the Sixth Sword Emperor. The sword spirit spoke slowly. Sword thread refers to compression sword chi repeatedly like the process of forging a sword. The iron is ceaselessly compressed, and the more it is compressed, the greater its quality would be. The sword thread technique follows the same principle. Moreover, you can utilize the nether ghost flame in the same way. The more adept you become at controlling it, the greater its might would become. Sword thread? Yan Ye's eyes flickered with a glow of excitement as he said, "What rank is this sword technique?" The sword spirit pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "Mid-grade heaven rank. However, its strength is absolutely not inferior to a high-grade heaven rank technique at this moment in time." "That's enough. Teach it to me right now." Yan Yi was slightly impatient. Sword techniques had always been a weakness of his. It wasn't because he lacked the required natural talent, and it was instead because he didn't have a good sword technique. Even if he tried to seize one, it was still impossible to obtain unless he robbed one of those formidable sections. But robbing them was no different than courting death. The sword spirit nodded slightly and said, "Close your eyes and concentrate while I pass down the technique to you." Yan Yi closed his eyes slightly, and in next to no time, a string of information surged into his mind. After around an hour had passed, Yan Ye's eyes finally opened slowly. He clenched his palm and Dragonbone appeared in his grasp. He swung it lightly, and a strand of sword chi shot out explosively from its tip. The sword chi blasted onto the ground not too far away from him, and it caused countless rocks to shoot into the air. Yang Yi frowned when he witnessed this scene, and then he shook his head. According to the description of the technique, his compression of sword chi wasn't very ideal because there seemed to be no change in his sword chi. The sword spirit spoke slowly. "More haste, less speed. You possess the enlightened sword heart, so when compared to an ordinary profounder, you possess many more advantages when cultivating sword techniques. However, you must remember to avoid getting impatient. It's impossible to instantly master any sword technique. The reason I demonstrated the sword thread technique and control of the nether ghost flame to you wasn't so that you would cultivate painstakingly right now and immediately attain mastery of them. After all, that isn't realistic. My objective was to allow you to obtain a clear understanding of some of the flaws in your cultivation. Understand? Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he nodded and said, I understand. Indeed, he was a bit too impatient. It was impossible to instantly master a sword technique. Presently, his main objective was to cultivate properly and step foot into the spirit realm as soon as possible. As for the sword technique and nether ghost flame, he could only put them aside for now. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and started madly absorbing the energy in the surroundings. The sword spirit nodded lightly when she witnessed this scene. Even though this fellow before me has a slightly extreme character, he was able to realize his mistakes and rectify them, and he didn't act obstinately. In short, he isn't a bad person, and it's easy to get along with him so long as he isn't rubbed the wrong way. A ray of light flashed, and then the sword's spirit returned to her original form and floated in front of Yang Yi. The sword sect. Sky Hall. At this moment, only two people were standing in the enormous Sky Hall. One of them was a white-haired old man who had a wine gourd hanging from his waist, while the other was a refined middle-aged man. The atmosphere in the hall seemed cold and cheerless at this moment. After a short while, the refined middle-aged man said, Martial uncle, are you really going to try and overcome the heaven path? The white-haired old man took the wine gourd from his waist and drank a mouthful of wine, and then his gaze shot towards the horizon as he said, Muja, I know what you're worried about. But you should be aware that my lifespan is almost depleted. If I don't try to overcome it, then only death awaits me. Conversely, I would still have a chance at survival if I were to give it a try. But if you fail, then the sword sect will be doomed. The refined middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. The sword sect will still be doomed once my lifespan is depleted. The white-haired old man sighed. If I try, then I would still have a chance at survival, and the sword sect would have a chance at survival as well. But if I don't, then the sword sect will still face a calamity in 3 years at most. At that time, the sword sect will really have no chance at survival. The refined middle-aged man sighed and said, Muja is ashamed. Not only was the sword sect unable to relive its former glory in my hands, it has even been declining steadily. I've disappointed the ancestors of the sect. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, It's not your fault. If I hadn't brought trouble to the sword sect by infuriating the Origin School all those years ago, then the sword sect wouldn't have suffered their oppression throughout the last 1,000 years. Of course, I don't regret what happened all those years ago. What I regret is that kid called Yang Yi. What a pity! Yang Yi? The refined middle-aged man said in a light voice. That fellow who killed the Sword Emperor, and is called the Sword Emperor now. The white-haired old man nodded while a wisp of regret flashed through his eyes. He said, At that time, for the sake of resolving the enmity between our sword sect and both the Flower Palace and Origin School, I didn't just make the sect lose an extraordinary genius in the Sword Tao, I even made the sword sect become the laughingstock of the entire Southern Territory. I caused the sect's reputation to crater, and it made the entire sect feel displeased with me. Needless to say, that was my biggest mistake. It really is a pity, the refined middle-aged man said. If he's a disciple of the sword sect, then so long as he remains alive, he would definitely be able to utilize the title of Sword Emperor to rebuild the sword sect even if the entire sword sect is obliterated. However, there's still room to turn the situation around. Hasn't Qinshe? Taoist Zui interrupted the refined middle-aged man and said, It's not necessary for now. If I overcome the heaven path, then all the problems that the sword sect faces now wouldn't be problems anymore. If I fail, then the fate of the sword sect will be up to the heavens. There was a short moment of silence in the hall before the refined middle-aged man said, How confident are you, martial uncle? 30%. The refined middle-aged man's heart immediately sank. After a short while he said, At that time, I'll borrow the strength of all the sect's disciples to lend martial uncle a hand. After a short moment of deep thought, Taoist Zui nodded lightly and said, All right. A day has passed. Yang Yi was like a vortex within the 5th level, and all the energy within the level surged violently towards him. At this moment, the aura he emanated was much stronger than before, and if someone was present here, that person would notice that the air around Yang Yi seemed to have warped strangely. Controlling aura. This was the symbol of a spirit realm expert. In other words, Yang Yi wasn't far from the spirit realm. Actually, Yang Yi was extremely depressed because he could have advanced a long time ago. However, 80% of the profound energy within the tiny vortex had been sucked into the door atop the pool of profound energy. In other words, less than 20% became his own. However, it was still alright because even this 20% was much greater than all the profound energy possessed by an ordinary King Realm profounder. Besides Yang Yi, some geniuses on the 4th level like Emoke, Hanyu, Luo Shui, Shi Luo, and Ji Yanshi had shown signs of breakthrough as well. All of them were geniuses amongst geniuses, and they'd already attained the peak of the King Realm. Especially Emoke and Luo Shui, they were halfway into the spirit realm. So, with such abundant energy here, advancing into the spirit realm was extremely easy for them. Everyone on the 4th level was cultivating desperately because once a profounder from one side attained the spirit realm, then the other side was bound to suffer a tragic fate. All of them didn't want to suffer a tragic fate, so they were cultivation desperately. On the other hand, the profounders on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level. None of them dared to immerse themselves and cultivate properly. Why? Because everyone around them was an enemy, so anyone who immersed themselves in their cultivation would die. If the killing from before was carried out for the sake of seizing a spot, then the killing now was because of hatred. Yes, all of them were blinded by slaughter. Every single person they looked at was like an enemy to them, so how could they cultivate peacefully? They wouldn't dare do that no matter how bold they were. Something worthy of mentioning was that Nanjing had walked over to stand in front of the hidden dragon stele after she left the 5th level. However, when everyone thought she would challenge the rankings of the peerless geniuses from throughout the history of Profounder Continent, she didn't move at all. She just stood there silently while her gaze had descended onto the name of the first martial god. Just like that, she stood there for an entire day. Of course, no one dared to disturb her. What a joke! If she didn't look for trouble with them, then it was something worthy of praising the heavens and the earth for. So, who would dare to look for trouble with her? Even Luo Shui revealed a trace of a solemn expression in his eyes as he gazed at Nanjing. Time flowed by slowly, and another day passed by. Bang! Early in the morning on the 3rd day, a shocking imposing aura suddenly surged out from within Luo Shui's body, and the masked figures around him were instantly forced backward repeatedly by this imposing aura. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. He has advanced? Right at this moment, a terrifying strand of devil energy suddenly erupted from within Emoke. The devil energy seemed material, and it instantly enveloped Emoke within it. When they witnessed this scene, wild joy surged onto the faces of the countless devil profounders here, and then the expressions of the human profounders at the side became utterly gloomy instead. All the human profounders here shall die! Emoke's voice was like a thunderclap that rumbled and resounded by the ears of all the human profounders. Chapter 381 Madness. And Nanjing turned her head to glance indifferently at Emoke, who was covered in devil energy, and then she withdrew her gaze and shot it towards the stone stele again. A wisp of an arc arose on the corners of Luo Shui's mouth, and then he shook his head lightly as he gazed at the human profounders. However, right at this moment, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Right when Emoke spoke those words, 2 black shadows had suddenly appeared by Emoke's sides, and then 2 blades that glowed coldly suddenly appeared by Emoke's neck. They were swift like bolts of lightning, and their appearance exceeded the expectations of all the profounders in the surroundings. It was none other than Zhang Lu and Yi Yun who had launched this attack. Yang Yi had asked them to pay attention to the members of the Nether, Devil, and Demon race when he ascended into the 5th level. Of course, they'd made this decision to attack on their own because Yang Yi wasn't here, and they were utterly unable to seek Yang Yi's permission. As for the reason they'd decided to attack, it was actually because they had no other choice, as they hadn't expected that Emoke would actually advance so quickly. So, if they didn't make a move now, then they wouldn't have another chance. Moreover, they even utilized their full strengths as soon as they attacked. The members of the devil race were astounded, yet a wisp of ridiculing crept up onto the corners of his mouth. He didn't seem to move at all, yet those two daggers suddenly changed direction when they were about to touch his neck, and they shot swiftly towards the two black shadows. Zhang Lu and Yi Yun's expressions changed, and their figures flashed with the intention of concealing themselves. However, right at this moment, Emoka smiled with disdain and said, "Fleeing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the air in an area of over 10 m around Emoka had suddenly warped, whereas Zhang Lu and Yi Yun's figures that had just started to become concealed were exposed by the warped air. Bang! Bang! Emoka instantly appeared in front of them before his fist smashed directly onto their stomachs, causing them to be instantly blasted flying. However, their figures suddenly vanished in midair when they were about to collide with the stone wall, and they'd concealed themselves once more. Emoka frowned. The human profounders in the surroundings were astounded. Is this the strength of a spirit realm expert? At this moment, both Zhang Lu and Yi Yun were shocked while they remained in the shadows. Because they noticed that they couldn't assassinate Emoka after he advanced into the spirit realm. They only had a single advantage in a battle with Emoka, and it was their movement techniques. Yet now, that advantage had ceased to exist before Emoka had attained the spirit realm. Emoka grunted coldly and glanced coldly at the spot which both Zhang Lu and Yi Yun had vanished from, and then he turned around to look at the human profounders before slowly walking towards them. "Let's fight him to the death," Shiluo spoke in a low voice. Besides Yang Yi, none of the other human profounders was a match for Emoka, and now that Emoka even advanced into the spirit realm, he felt that it was probably impossible to go against Emoka even if he joined forces with Ji Yanshi. Even though he could surmount a realm of cultivation to do battle, it depended on the target. Emoka himself was a monstrous genius who could surmount a realm of cultivation to do battle, so it was undoubtedly unrealistic to try to fight Emoka, who was at a higher realm of cultivation. All the human profounders stood up, and then they withdrew their dark treasures. At the same time, the profound energy in their bodies surged out from within them. "You're overestimating your ability," Emoka grunted coldly and spoke in a ghastly tone. "Kill them! Spare no one!" As soon as he finished speaking, the countless devil profounders here flashed and pounced towards the human profounders, whereas the nether race and demon race followed closely behind them. Meanwhile, Emoka's figure flashed explosively towards Shiluo and Ji Yanshi, and his speed was so swift that they weren't even able to react before Emoka had arrived in front of them. After that, the Nether God's spear carried a strand of dazzling light as it swept horizontally towards them. The two of them were horrified and blocked it hastily. Bang! Bang! The enormous force within the Nether God's spear caused the two of them to be directly swept flying by over 100 m. He blasted them flying with a single strike. The expressions of all the human profounders in the surroundings changed. His strength has actually become formidable to such an extent upon advancing into the spirit realm. Who would even be able to resist a single strike from him now that Yang Yi isn't here? Even if Yang Yi was here, would Yang Yi be able to go against him if Yang Yi hasn't advanced into the spirit realm? Meanwhile, Zhang Lu and Yi Yun had suddenly appeared both in front and behind Emoka. The two of them had timed it perfectly. The moment Emoka had just blasted both Shiluo and Ji Yanshi back would be the moment Emoka was the most relaxed. So, they'd launched a joint assassination against him again, and it happened just as they hoped it would. Both of their daggers struck forcefully upon Emoka's neck. However, their expressions changed violently again because it was like they'd struck hard iron, and their daggers couldn't move even an inch further. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Emoka's mouth as he suddenly swept the Nether God's spear horizontally. Zhang Lu and Yi Yun were astounded. They hurriedly moved their daggers to a vertical position to block the attack. However, they were still blasted flying. This time, they suffered extremely heavy injuries because countless fine cracks had split apart on their arms when they blocked the attack from Emoka's Nether God's spear. "You overestimate your ability," Amoka grunted coldly as he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his figure shot forward like a cannonball. He instantly arrived in front of Zhang Lu and Yi Yun, who had been blasted flying, and then the nether god's spear glowed coldly as it swept forward horizontally. Zhang Lu and Yi Yun's pupils constricted. Because they were in midair right now and their internal organs had been severely injured, so how could they possibly have any remaining strength to resist this shocking attack that Amoka had executed? At this critical moment, an enormous axe suddenly tore through the air and instantly struck the nether god's spear. Clang! An enormous bang resounded as the spear shook violently, and it was instantly obstructed. Zhang Lu and Yi Yun were delighted by this, and they didn't waste this chance to swiftly retreat by over 20 m before they suddenly vanished on the spot. Amoka turned around to look at Shiluo while a wisp of icy cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. He didn't waste his breath at all before he suddenly tossed the nether god's spear at Shiluo. The spear carried a ghastly glow as it arrived before Shiluo in an instant. Shiluo's expression changed, and his figure flashed with the intention of evading. However, it was still a little too late, and it directly pierced through his left shoulder and nailed him to the stone wall behind him. Jianshi's heart sank when he witnessed this. Amoka's strength was truly too terrifying. All four of them who were Peak King Realm Profounders were actually unable to resist a single strike from Amoka after Amoka had advanced into the spirit realm. Jianshu glanced towards the side, and then his face fell. Because over 30 human Profounders had already perished in this very short period. There were only two choices left in front of him. Fight or flee? If he fought, then he would absolutely have no chance of victory because Amoka was at the spirit realm, so he didn't have the slightest chance. If he fled, then he would have a chance at survival. But how could he, Jianshu, a dignified human, a dignified sword cultivator, and a dignified elite disciple of an 8th rank sect, be someone who abandoned his companions and fled by himself? Ha! Jianshu suddenly roared madly with laughter. He laughed for a short while before he gazed at Amoka, and his eyes were filled with a savage expression. He didn't waste his breath at all, and then his stomach suddenly started to expand. Meanwhile, the sword in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling and resplendent light, and then an aura that wasn't inferior to a spirit realm expert surged madly from within him. Moreover, it surged endlessly like waves. The human Profounders in the surroundings were delighted when they witnessed this scene. Is Jianshu about to advance into the spirit realm? On the other hand, the expressions on Amoka and Shiluo's faces had changed rapidly. Because Jianshu wasn't advancing into the spirit realm, he was detonating himself. Retreat! There was a solemn expression in Amoka's eyes as he issued this instruction to the Devil Profounders. The might of the detonation of a Peak King Realm Profounder who was even a sword cultivator would cause the Devil Profounders to suffer heavy injuries even if they were able to resist it. Had naturally thought about stopping Jianshu. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Because Jianshu had accumulated the profound energy within his body to a certain extent. So, the right course of action right now was to increase the distance between them and Jianshu, and then help the Devil Profoundus resist the terrifying consequences of Jianshi's self-detonation. Shiluo's lips parted. He wanted to stop Jianshu, but he didn't say anything in the end. Because he knew that it was useless even if he did say something. If there was any other choice, Jianshu would definitely not choose to detonate himself. After all, self-detonation equaled death. So, how could anyone be willing to suffer such a fate? But if Jianshu didn't detonate himself right now, then they wouldn't have even the slightest chance, and they would be slaughtered by Amoka. If he did detonate himself, then perhaps he would still be able to drag his enemies down with him. Chapter 382 Want to Die. Amoka! Eat this! Jianshu laughed like a madman as he suddenly shot explosively towards Amoka. Amoka's eyes narrowed slightly while his right hand spun a little, and then devil energy effused out from the center of his palm. He could evade this attack, but he couldn't do that. Because the Devil Profoundus were standing behind him. He, Amoka, was unable to do something like making his brothers face danger by themselves, so he intended to resist it on his own. When Ji Yanshi arrived less than 10 m away from Emoku, the sword in Ji Yanshi's hand suddenly shot forward explosively. At the same time, his stomach suddenly shrunk. After a moment of silence, "Tell Yan Yi to avenge me! Ha ha!" As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yanshi's entire body exploded. Bang! A world-shaking bang suddenly resounded on the 4th level, and then a white-colored wave of energy suddenly swept out and instantly enveloped Emoku. The profounders from the Nether race, Devil race, and Demon race were affected by it as well. Over 10 profounders from the Devil, Nether, and Demon races weren't able to dodge in time, and they were instantly mutilated by the wave of energy. The human profounders weren't able to arouse any happiness in their hearts upon witnessing this scene, because Ji Yanshi had used his life in exchange for this. In next to no time, the human profounders suppressed the sorrow and rage in their hearts, and they gazed at the terrifying white wave of energy that was still raging through the area. They weren't truly safe right now, and their fate would depend on Emoku, who was enveloped by the wave of energy. If Emoku died, then they would have a chance at survival, but if Emoku survives, then... Under the perturbed gazes of all the human profounders, the white wave of energy gradually dispersed, and a tall man that was covered in mysterious pitch-black scales was standing there. The faces of the human profounders instantly fell when they saw him. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu and Yiyun suddenly appeared in front of Emoku again, and then their daggers swept towards Emoku's throat. Emoku's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his spear to block their attacks, and a light bang resounded before Emoku took 2 steps back. The first reaction the human profounders had when they witnessed this scene was astonishment, and then they were delighted. Because they knew that while Emoku hadn't died, had definitely suffered a heavy injury from Ji Yanshi's self-detonation. In other words, Emoku wasn't the same invincible Emoku they faced just now. So, all of them were filled with the will to fight when they thought up to here. Zhang Lu and Yiyun were delighted as well, because they could sense that Emoku really was heavily injured right now. Of course, Emoku had been the one to bear the brunt of the self-detonation of a Peking realm expert who possessed 5th-level sword intent. Emoku was already very abnormal to be able to survive the explosion. However, if he were to be completely fine, then he wouldn't be abnormal but a god instead. The two of them grabbed this opportunity. They pressed forward and locked Emoku in battle with them. The two of them were assassins, yet they had to fight Emoku head-on right now, so they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, they had no choice. After all, amongst all the human profounders present here, only their strengths were barely sufficient to fight Emoku. Emoku couldn't stop them if they chose to flee, but they couldn't flee. Why? Because just like Yang Yi had, they'd taken those profounders from the southern territory to be one of their own. Since the moment they chose to follow Yang Yi down to the 3rd level, it had predetermined that they had to live and die together. They firmly believed that Yang Yi would make the same choice if he was here. As he watched the human profounders fight the profounders from the 3 races, Luo Shui chuckled lightly and said in a low voice, "How boring! How terribly boring!" As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze moved away and descended onto Nanjing. He said, "The martial god? Interesting." Bang! Right at this moment, a terrifying, imposing aura suddenly surged out from Han Yu's body as he sat cross-legged there, and then gloomy laugh echoed through the surroundings. "Hee hee! Human! All of you can dream of leaving with your lives today. The spirit realm." This time, the hearts of all the human profounders fell to rock bottom. Just Emoku alone was practically impossible for them to resist. Now another spirit realm profounder, Han Yu, had appeared. "Do the heavens seek to put an end to us?" Luo Shui was stunned as well, and then he chuckled and said, "Looks like the heavens intend to annihilate these humans." However, to everyone's astonishment, Han Yu didn't charge forward to kill the human profounders here, and he gazed at Nanjing instead. Moreover, a wisp of gloominess had flashed through his eyes. This woman had utterly humiliated him that day, so when it was in comparison to the other human profounders, he hated Nanjing even more. In the past, his strength wasn't sufficient, so he wasn't confident in his ability to kill her. Yet now, he was a spirit realm profounder while Nanjing was still at the king realm. As if Shed noticed Han Yu's gaze, Nanjing turned around to gaze at Han Yu before she said indifferently, "Are you sure you want to die right now?" Han Yu's eyelids twitched, and then he laughed coldly and said, "Nanjing, I thought Amoka was extremely arrogant, but now it would seem like you're 1,000 times more arrogant than he is. Kill me? Do you think you're qualified or possess the strength to do that? I'm a spirit realm profounder right now, but what about you? As the martial god, don't you know of the gap between the spirit realm and the king realm? Why don't you give it a try?" Nanjing's tone was calm, and it fully displayed her confidence and how she disregarded him. "All right." Han Yu's figure shot forward explosively, and instantly arrived in front of Nanjing. A pitch-black chain shot out like a bolt of lightning, and it practically instantly arrived in front of Nanjing's forehead before it pierced through the center of it. Han Yu was delighted when he witnessed this scene. However, his delight transformed into astonishment at practically the exact same moment, because the Nanjing who stood before him was merely an afterimage. How laughable! Right at this moment, her voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Han Yu's expression changed, and he didn't hesitate to utilize his movement technique to its limits and appeared over 60 m to the right. However, right when he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, Nanjing's voice resounded once more from behind him. "Do you know why I haven't killed you? Because I'm afraid it would dirty my hands." As soon as she finished speaking, Nanjing had appeared in front of the stone stele again. Luo Shui and Mu Jun's faces turned grim when they witnessed this scene. Her strength really is quite formidable. She was actually able to surmount a realm of cultivation to do battle, and she even completely suppressed Han Yu. Cold sweat instantly seeped out from Han Yu's body. Isn't she a little too terrifying? Is she really just at the king realm and not the exalt realm? After feeling astounded, it was a feeling of extreme humiliation that surged through him. Yes, because when Nanjing said that she was afraid it would dirty her hands, it was a blunt form of contempt towards him. I, Han Yu, don't even have the qualifications to make her kill me? When he thought up to here, a savage expression suddenly surged onto his face. However, Amoke's voice resounded right when he was about to attack again. Han Yu, deal with the human profounders here first. A wisp of hesitation flashed through his eyes when he heard this. After a short while, he gave up on looking for trouble with Nanjing, and his figure flashed into the group of human profounders. The black chain in his hand swished forward like a bolt of lightning, and then the hearts of a few human profounders were instantly shattered into pieces. It was a slaughter! Yes, a complete slaughter! Not a single one of the human profounders here was able to resist Han Yu, whereas Han Yu seemed as if he was venting. The hearts of heads of every single human profounder was transformed into countless pieces by him. Moreover, he didn't even let their souls go. His methods were extremely cruel and bloody. Shi Luo took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then a wisp of a vicious and firm expression flashed through his eyes. He stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion, and then the enormous axe flew into his grasp. As he held the axe in hand, the profound energy within his started to surge madly, and just like Ji Yanshi, his stomach had gradually started to expand. He was going to detonate himself as well. This wasn't the end of it. When they saw that Han Yu had advanced into the spirit realm as well, some of the human profounders here had fallen into despair. However, despair didn't represent that they would submit, and it gave them boundless courage instead. Because what was there to fear when they were going to die anyway? So, when Shi Luo was about to detonate himself, another 5 human profounders had successively chosen to detonate themselves as well. When he witnessed this scene, Amoke's eyelids twitched while he fought intensely with Zhang Lu and Yi Yun in the distance. Earlier, had fully resisted the might of Ji Yanshi's self-detonation to protect the devil profounders who were standing behind him. Even though had been successful, had suffered some injuries as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed these 2 human profounders to lock him into battle with them. Yet now, the human profounders intended to detonate themselves again, and it was more than one this time. When did the human profounders have such guts? Aren't all human profounders afraid of death? Chapter 383 Unexpected Event. Humans were mostly extremely selfish beings that were afraid of death. However, there were many occasions that they would be able to become fearless of death when the blood in their bodies had started to boil. Just like this very moment, all the human profounders here didn't have the thought of submitting or fleeing right now. Most of them only had a single thought, and it was to kill until corpses covered the world. In the beginning, only 5 or 6 had chosen to detonate themselves, but in next to no time, this number had risen to over 20. As they watched the humans choose to detonate themselves in succession, the profounders from the devil race, nether race, and demon race immediately revealed fearful expressions. The weak feared the strong, and the strong feared the fearless. At this moment, these humans standing before them were truly fearless. Moreover, these human profounders seemed as if they intended to drag the devil, nether, and demon profounders to hell with them. Luo Shui and Mu Jun revealed a trace of respect in their eyes for the very first time. No matter how weak the strengths of these human profounders was, their current display was worthy of respect from them. There were many who were afraid of death, but very few were fearless of it. This didn't just refer to humans, and it referred to the other races as well. The only person who remained composed was Nanjing. In her opinion, life was meaningless, and the only thing that had meaning was the martial Tao. So, the slaughter between the profounders of the human race and the joint forces of the devil, nether, and demon race was meaningless to her. It was like an elephant watching bugs and ants fight each other. Did their fate carry any meaning to the elephant? Indifference. Yes, and Nanjing was indifferent to everything including life. Right when these human profounders had accumulated their energy to their limits and were on the verge of exploding, the blue barrier at the entrance to the 5th level had suddenly exploded open, and then Yan Yi shot out violently from behind it. Yan Yi's speed was extremely swift. He transformed into a black ray of light that instantly arrived in front of Shi Luo, and then he swiftly slapped his palm on Shi Luo's stomach. After that, a strand of violet profound energy surged out from him and into Shi Luo's body, and it forcefully suppressed the violent profound energy within Shi Luo's body. After he stopped Shi Luo from detonating himself, Yan Yi was about to head over and save the other human profounders. However, it was already too late. The profound energy within their bodies was already violent to the extreme. They seemed to be aware that it was too late now, and they didn't hesitate to immediately flash towards the group of the profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race. "Senior brother Yang, avenge me! I'll be going first! Ha ha! Bastards from the devil race, let's all die together!" "Senior brother Yang, please take care of my clan when you return to the southern territory in the future. I'm the young master of the Lu clan in the capital. Thank you, Yan Yi. Even though I'm from the origin school, I still hope that you'll do the southern territory proud and seize the first on the hidden dragon rankings. Unfortunately, I won't be able to witness that moment. I don't want to die. But I can't do anything about it. Ah! You damnable bastards! Let's all die together. Die! Let's die together! Bang! 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 Numerous explosions rumbled and resounded. The entire 4th level was instantly suffused by waves of energy. The might from the detonation of over 20 King Realm Profounders was something that even a peak Spirit Realm Profounder wouldn't dare look down upon. Not to mention that the Profounders from the Devil Race, Nether Race, and Demon Race weren't even at the Spirit Realm. Over 30-plus Profounders from the 3 races who stood at the front of the group had perished on the spot. The others, on the other hand, were instantly blasted flying by over 100 m. Moreover, the surroundings were reduced to a mess. Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly as he clenched his fists tightly, and his body even started faintly trembling. He was unable to restrain the killing intent within him from surging madly from within him. Was it wrong for them to kill humans? It wasn't because they had a reason to do so. But was it wrong for humans to kill them? It wasn't wrong as well because they'd killed countless human profounders as well. Yang Yi didn't feel like understanding who was right or wrong in the enmity between the human race and the other three races, and he didn't want to care about it as well. All he didn't know was that he wanted to kill right now. Since all of you don't want to get along in harmony here and chose to slaughter, then I'll kill to my heart's content today. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and dragon bone flashed into his palm. After that, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot explosively towards the group from the nether race. A strand of sword chi shot out from the tip of his sword as he made a sweeping motion with it, and it whistled through the air as it shot forward before carrying over the heads of over 10 profounders. The remaining human profounders were excited when they witnessed this scene because the aura Yang Yi revealed right now didn't belong to a king realm expert. In other words, Yang Yi had attained the spirit realm as well. Kill. The remaining human profounders were influenced by Yang Yi's actions, and they roared furiously like wild beasts before they pounced towards the profounders from the three races. Meanwhile, the profounders from the three races that had left to the third level earlier had suddenly surged back up into the fourth level. All of them were stunned when they saw the mess that covered the surroundings, and then they charged madly towards Yang Yi's group as soon as they recovered from their shock. With the addition of these profounders, the situation instantly became slightly bad for the human profounders. Right at this moment, almost 100 black shadows suddenly appeared here, and then the heads of a few dozen profounders from the three races had been instantly removed from their necks. The true bloody slaughter had finally begun. The advantage possessed by the human profounders, their numbers, was gone now. Moreover, the strengths of the human profounders were inferior to the profounders from the three races as well. However, luckily, they had Yang Yi's group of assassins assisting them, otherwise, all the other human profounders here would have probably been annihilated by now. Not a single member of the devil, nether, or demon race could block a single strike of Yang Yi's sword, and every single swing of his sword reaped the lives of many. At this moment, Yang Yi was like the god of death, and he killed anyone he saw. Moreover, the pearl of baleful blood within him had slowly floated out from within him as well, and then it started to madly absorb the blood and corpses in the surroundings. Hiss! After he killed another nether profounder with a single swing of his sword, Yang Yi was just about to attack again when a pitch-black chain suddenly arrived before him and struck towards his neck. A wisp of a ruthless expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he slashed swiftly with his sword. Clang! The chain was instantly blasted flying while Hun Yu had appeared in front of him. Both of them exchanged glances before they shot explosively towards each other. At this moment, there was no need for words, because it was a battle to the death. So, all words were meaningless in such a situation. As he shot forward explosively, a small ball of flame suddenly flashed out from within him and instantly enveloped Dragonbone, which Yang Yi held in his hand, and then Dragonbone carried the flame along with it as it shot like a bolt of lightning towards Hun Yu. Hun Yu grunted coldly. He swiftly slapped the chain with his palm, and it transformed into a black ray of light that blasted onto Yang Yi's Dragonbone. Clang! Dragonbone was instantly blasted flying, causing a wisp of ridicule to arise on the corners of Hun Yu's mouth. However, right at this moment, his expression changed abruptly because Yang Yi had vanished from his field of vision. Hun Yu was just about to move away when the sound of air being torn apart resounded abruptly from behind him. After that, intense pain came from his shoulder, and he saw a pair of enormous claws that seemed like the claws of a dragon had clasped onto his shoulders. Horror instantly appeared within Hun Yu's eyes, and he didn't hesitate to make a strand of terrifying black energy erupt from within him. However, the black energy hadn't even attacked Yang Yi before it was incinerated into nothingness by the strand of flame. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to forcefully pull on Hun Yu's shoulders in opposite directions. Hiss! Hiss! Hun Yu's arms were forcefully torn off at his shoulders, and then black energy sprayed out from both his shoulders. Ah! An extremely miserable and shrill cry resounded, and it drew the attention of everyone. Hun Yu's expression had instantly warped. However, right at this moment, a dragon claw had suddenly pierced through his chest, and then Hun Yu's eyes opened wide while they were filled with shock. This wasn't the end of it. A bang resounded as Hun Yu's entire body was enveloped by the nether ghost flame, and less than 2 breaths of time had passed before Hun Yu had completely vanished on the spot without leaving even a speck of ash behind. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. Hun Yu, who has stepped foot into the spirit realm, was killed just like that. How did Yang Yi do that? Actually, Yang Yi had relied on the rapid shift technique that the Dragishus had to kill Hun Yu. Even though it wasn't a threat to Nanjing, Hun Yu wasn't in Nanjing. So, Hun Yu was caught off guard when Yang Yi's speed had instantly multiplied by 5 times, and he lost his life on the spot. Moreover, had died before he could even reveal his true strength. Meanwhile, the pearl of baleful blood suddenly transformed into a ray of blood-red light and entered the center of Yang Yi's forehead. In an instant, Yang Yi's eyes turned crimson-red like an ocean of blood resided within them. Chapter 384 Simplicity. Yang Yi's figure suddenly froze on the spot when the pearl of baleful blood entered the center of his forehead, and then a strand of baleful energy suddenly swept out from him. It was extremely fierce and sharp, and it carried a bloody smell that was nauseating. The profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race were delighted when they witnessed this scene. Even though they didn't know exactly what had happened to Yang Yi, there was no doubt that it was the best opportunity to kill Yang Yi. Over 30 profounders from the devil race flashed explosively towards Yang Yi. Zhan Lu, Yi Yun, and Shi Luo were alarmed by this development. The 3 of them had to join forces in order to keep Moke busy even when he was heavily injured, so they couldn't extricate themselves from the battle as well. So, they were instantly filled with worry when they saw those devil profounders charge towards Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi was the pillar of the entire group, and he was the one person who couldn't die no matter what. Right when one of the 3 of them was about to abandon the battle to save Yang Yi, 20 black shadows had suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and they formed a circle with Yang Yi at the center. The 3 of them instantly heaved sighs of relief upon witnessing this scene. The devil profounders were stunned when they saw these black shadows appear in the surroundings, and then the profound energy within them surged explosively. At this moment, there was no need to say anything before both sides immediately entered into battle. At the moment that the pearl of baleful blood had entered the center of his forehead, the scene in front of Yang Yi's eyes had changed. He was at a square that was covered in boundless baleful energy, blood, bones, and resentment. Moreover, countless vengeful spirits filled the square as well. The air was even suffused with a strange flow of air that was scarlet red and bloody. As he stood on the square and gazed at everything before him, Yang Yi's eyes were like an ocean of blood while slaughter sword intent surged incessantly from within him before it swept out towards the surroundings. Ah! Right at this moment, the vengeful spirits here suddenly let out numerous sharp and ear-piercing shrill cries, and then they shot madly towards Yang Yi. Moreover, the bloody aura that suffused the air and the surroundings had surged into Yang Yi's body. In next to no time, numerous scenes appeared in Yang Yi's mind. What scenes were they? It was the scenes of the deaths of those vengeful spirits, and some had died in an extremely miserable manner. Numerous cruel scenes flashed through Yang Yi's mind, and it caused the redness in his eyes to gradually darken. In the end, tears of blood actually rolled down his face. Protect your heart. Don't allow the intent to slaughter to control you. Suddenly, the sword spirit's voice suddenly erupted and rumbled in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi shuddered when he heard this, and then he hurriedly firmed and protected his heart. Since had attained the enlightened sword heart, it wasn't difficult for him to clear his mind, and the reason had almost been controlled earlier was mainly that the pearl of baleful blood had caught him off guard. After a short while, the baleful energy within Yang Yi's body gradually lessened while his eyes slowly cleared up as well, and they weren't so dark red anymore. After another short while passed, Yang Yi's eyes remained completely tranquil as he gazed at the miserable deaths of those people in the scenes that flashed within his mind, yet had obtained comprehension in his heart instead. What was life? What was death? Every single person had a different understanding of it, whereas Yang Yi's understanding towards this was extremely simple. Those who stand with me shall die, and those who defy me shall die. Yang Yi felt suddenly enlightened when he thought up to here. What was the sword for? What sort of Tao was the sword Tao? Actually, it wasn't very complicated. The sword was used to kill. The sword Tao was like a sharpening stone that was utilized to ceaselessly sharpen the sword, allowing it to become even sharper. After that, it would be better at killing. Yes, everything wasn't that complicated or profound. No matter if it was the enlightened sword heart, sword intent, or slaughter sword intent. All of them weren't that complicated. Because at the bottom of it all, they were all used to kill. Simplicity. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were extremely clear. Meanwhile, the pearl of baleful blood slowly floated out from the center of his forehead, and then it floated in front of him. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at it. The pearl of baleful blood was a pseudo-Tao artifact, so it possessed a certain level of intelligence, and the reason it had been asleep for so long was that there hadn't been sufficient blood and slaughter around it. So, it had been constantly asleep, and it was to the point that Yang Yi had practically overlooked it. This time, it had absorbed a huge amount of the blood and baleful energy in the hidden dragon pagoda, and that was the reason why it had tried to take control of its owner instead. Unfortunately, it hadn't just failed, it had even allowed Yang Yi to obtain an even deeper understanding of the sword Tao. No, it should be said that it allowed Yang Yi to possess a sword Tao of his own. What was his sword Tao? Simplicity. In short, the benefits he obtained from this experience was unparalleled. Moreover, it allowed him to truly understand the meaning of the enlightened sword heart. The enlightened sword heart wasn't merely the ability to see through combat techniques. The enlightened sword heart was also a realm of cultivation, and it was a realm that allowed one to see through the essence of all techniques. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. If he understood this principle earlier, then he wouldn't have been unable to resist an Nanjing at all when she attacked him on the 5th level. Because when he looked at a Nanjing now with the enlightenment that had obtained, he noticed that while a Nanjing's strength and speed seemed to have no weakness or weak points, they actually had numerous flaws. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the pearl of baleful blood, and he shook his head slightly while he gazed at the pearl in his hand. After that, he put it back into the tiny vortex. It was still quite useful to him because it could improve his slaughter sword intent. Yes, his slaughter sword intent had attained the 7th level right now. The greatest contributor to this advancement was naturally the pearl of baleful blood. Because the blood and baleful energy within it was extremely dense, and it just happened to be able to improve his slaughter sword intent. After he finished doing this, Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the surroundings, and his eyes turned icy cold as he gazed at the battles in the surroundings. Especially when he saw the corpses of a few black-clothed figures lying before him. He didn't know their names, but he knew that they died for his sake. Ha ha! Right at this moment, Mu Jun's roaring laughter suddenly resounded from afar. Yang Yi raised his eyes to look over, and he saw 3 fine golden energy dragons moving around Mu Jun. Moreover, the air around him was clearly warping into an arc, and it was even flickering violently. The spirit realm. After Mo Ke, Han Yu, Luo Shui, and Yang Yi, another person had attained the spirit realm. Suddenly, Mu Jun's gaze shot towards Yang Yi, and then a wisp of a savage expression flashed through his eyes as he said, Yang Yi, let's resolve the enmity between us right now. I wasn't able to fully control the mortal Emperor seal that day, so I'll allow you to witness its true might now. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Jun moved his palm, and the golden dragon-shaped seal in his palm shot violently towards Yang Yi. The seal expanded in midair, and less than a breath of time had passed when it had transformed into an enormous seal that covered an area of over 20 m. It was like a small hill that was smashed down forcefully at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and his figure only moved when it arrived 3 m away from him. He moved his wrist forward, and the tip of dragon bones stabbed right at the center of the mortal Emperor's seal. Clang! A clear and melodious band resounded. The enormous seal trembled violently before it was blasted flying. Mu Jun's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. When did Yang Yi's strength become so great? He is actually able to blast my mortal Emperor's seal flying with a single strike of his sword. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly turned to look at Yan Yi while a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Yan Yi naturally didn't possess such strength. The reason he was able to accomplish this was that Head relied on the enlightened sword heart. Yes, Head noticed a flaw in the mortal Emperor's seal, and that strike of his had struck at its weak point. It was like someone utilizing his head to collide with the enemy's fist in battle. It would naturally be a losing battle. But what if the head was used to strike the enemy's balls? Utilizing one's advantage to strike against the weak point of another. That was exactly what Yan Yi had done right now. Mu Jun revealed a slightly savage expression on his face. Obviously, he hadn't imagined that while his strength had improved, it would be the same for Yan Yi. He grunted coldly and was about to launch another attack when Yan Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, Head appeared right in front of Mu Jun, and then Yan Yi said in a ghastly voice, "Actually, I've been unable to bear the sight of you for a very long time. You're right, let's put an end to the enmity between us today." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his sword towards Mu Jun's chest. It wasn't very quickly, nor was the strength behind it very great. Moreover, he hadn't enhanced it with the nether ghost flame or sword intent as well. However, it was exactly such a simple strike of the sword that caused the surprise in Nanjing's eyes to grow even stronger. On the other hand, Mu Jun revealed a wisp of ridicule on his face instead. "You intend to kill me with such a simple strike of the sword? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with you in the head?" Chapter 385 Fierce Battle. Suddenly Yan Yi's speed rose explosively, and then he appeared behind Mu Jun. After that, dragon bone glowed as it stabbed at Mu Jun from behind. It was simple, swift, and didn't have any unnecessary movements. Mu Jun's expression had changed at that moment. Yan Yi's figure had suddenly vanished on the spot. Right at this moment, coldness suddenly assaulted him from behind. Mu Jun was astounded by this, and he immediately turned around and swung his fist forward before a fine golden energy dragon suddenly flashed out. After that, he intended to retreat, and put some distance between Yan Yi and himself. However, the sword in Yan Yi's hand had moved slightly to the side, and it struck the center of the golden dragon's forehead. Bang! A light bang resounded as the golden dragon exploded into pieces. A wisp of fear finally appeared in Mu Jun's eyes when he witnessed this scene. That combat technique of his was a low-grade heaven-rank technique, yet it was destroyed by a simple strike of Yan Yi's sword. How did Yan Yi accomplish that? Yan Yi didn't waste any time. He immediately charged forward swiftly while his sword stabbed at Mu Jun's chest. However, Yan Yi frowned because his sword seemed to have been obstructed by something, and it wasn't able to move another inch forward. Yan Yi spun his sword lightly and flicked it, causing Mu Jun's clothes to instantly split apart, and then Yan Yi noticed that a golden armor that emanated golden light resided beneath his clothes. "Ha ha!" Mu Jun suddenly roared with laughter. He laughed for a moment before he gazed at Yan Yi with a gaze that was filled with ridiculing and mocking expression. He said, "Yan Yi, aren't you capable of destroying all techniques with a single strike of your sword? Come! I'll stand right here for you to stab me. Go ahead and stab me. Let me see if you stab through the mortal Emperor armor that's a pseudo-Dao artifact. Come on. Don't complain that I didn't give you a chance." Yan Yi paid no attention to Mu Jun, who was shouting complacently. He suddenly flicked Dragabone to the side, and then he suddenly slashed it horizontally when it arrived at Mu Jun's neck. However, an expanse of golden dragon scales covered Mu Jun's neck when the tip of his sword was about to touch Mu Jun's neck. Moreover, it didn't just block Dragabone, it even caused Dragabone to hum from the rebound. Yan Yi frowned. The defensive strength of this mortal Emperor armor that Mu Jun spoke of is really formidable. Moreover, it covers his entire body without leaving any weak points behind. How am I supposed to break through it? The disdain on Mu Jun's face grew stronger. The mortal Emperor armor is a pseudo-Dao artifact, and it contains the aura of all the past mortal emperors. Moreover, it receives the protection of the world. Not to mention that you're merely a profounder who has just advanced into the spirit realm. You wouldn't be able to harm me even if you're at the peak of the spirit realm. Is that so? Yang Yi suddenly revealed a strange smile. He tapped the tip of his foot on the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, while dragon bones stabbed straight towards the center of Mu Jun's forehead. Mu Jun still had dense disdain on his face because Yang Yi's strike had still been obstructed by the mortal emperor armor. Suddenly, an evil smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. A fine strand of flame suddenly appeared on the tip of his sword, and then the scale formed by the mortal emperor armor instantly sunk down. Mu Jun's countenance instantly turned pale. He was just about to evade when Yang Yi suddenly spun his sword once more. Hiss! A fine hole was split open on that scale, and then Yang Yi's sword pierced straight through the center of Mu Jun's forehead. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. Regardless of which race they were from, all of them had stopped fighting, and they stared blankly at the Mu Jun who had a hole through the center of his forehead. Why did Yang Yi become so terrifying? Even Han Yu and Mu Jun who has stepped foot into the spirit realm has been killed by him. Luo Shui had a solemn expression in his eyes because he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be different now. On the other hand, a trace of excitement flickered in Nanjing's eyes, and she was like a hunter who had noticed her prey. After he killed Mu Jun, Yang Yi gestured with his hand, and then the mortal emperor seal and the mortal emperor armor instantly flew into his grasp. However, Yang Yi didn't even have the chance to feel happy when a strand of dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the two pseudo-Dao artifacts and enveloped him. The weapon spirit and armor spirit within them were trying to protect their owner. Yang Yi grunted coldly amidst the golden light. Sword intent surged out from within him and instantly blasted the golden light apart, and then he grabbed them. The two pseudo-Dao artifacts intended to continue struggling, but Yang Yi immediately threw them into his vortex dantian, and they instantly became obedient upon arriving there. Yang Yi gestured once more and the spatial ring on Mu Jun's hand flew into his grasp as well. Yang Yi didn't even take a look at its content before he put it away, because it wasn't the time to look at the treasures had obtained. After all, he had even more important matters to attend to. Right at this moment, a sharp glow of a sword flashed, and then Mu Jun's corpse vanished on the spot. Yang Yi frowned, and then he paid no further attention to it. He held Dragabone in his hand as he turned around to look at Zhang Lu and Yi Yun, and a strand of viciousness flashed through his eyes when he saw the dense bloody scars that covered their bodies. Yang Yi took a deep breath and walked over to them before he slapped a bunch of top-grade healing talismans onto the two of them. He said, "Leave the rest to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi looked at Emoku, and then he walked slowly towards Emoku and said, "Actually, regardless of whether it's the human race or devil race, everyone could just cultivate in peace on the 4th level. Everyone came here with a single objective, to become stronger. Yet your devil race, the nether race, and the demon race want to annihilate all of us. Let me ask you something, have you succeeded? Emoku, look at the corpses of the members of your devil race that lie all over the surroundings. Is this what you wanted? How laughable!" Emoku laughed with ridicule and said, "Yang Yi, if someone your human race attained the spirit realm first, then do you think that they would get along peacefully with us? Ha ha! At that time, it would be the profounders from my devil race who are slaughtered. So, there's no need to waste your breath. Your strength seemed to have improved greatly. We might as well fight to the death now instead of waiting for the hidden dragon rankings. What do you think? There really is no need to waste our breaths." Yang Yi nodded. He wasn't someone that liked to waste his breath, and the reason had done so was because his heart ached. It ached from the deaths of those human profounders, and the assassins that had chosen to follow him. Earlier, all of them were still standing alive and well in front of him, yet now, they'd become numerous icy cold corpses. Yang Yi wasn't a soft-hearted person, and when he faced his enemies, he wouldn't even flinch even if he had to kill 1,000,000 others. However, when he saw people who he considered his own transform into numerous icy cold corpses, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. This was a selfish way of thinking, but was anyone in this world capable of avoiding even the slightest trace of selfishness? After all, Yang Yi stood on the side of those who were close to him, and not reason itself. Because it was always one's relatives and brothers who would stand by one's side at the most difficult times. Reason? What a joke! Reason stood on the side of the person with the bigger fist. If you die, all the human profounders here and below will be unable to leave the hidden dragon pagoda with their lives. A strand of devil energy surged out from within Emoka while the nether god's spear in his hand started to spin swiftly. Moreover, a ghastly and horrifying cold blue light flickered on its tip. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Similarly, if you, Emoka, die, then all the devil profounders who came to the southern territory. Right, the nether profounders and demon profounders as well. All of them won't be able to return home. Ha ha! Then come at me!" Emoka raised his head and howled, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot forward explosively with the nether god's spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Emoka arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then his spear instantly arrived before Yang Yi's chest. Moreover, the formidable force it carried caused the space along the spear's path to warp severely. Yang Yi's expression remained composed. He made a light tap with Dragonbone when the spear was only a few centimeters away from his chest, and it struck half an inch below the tip of the spear. Clang! The terrifying energy contained within the spear was instantly dispersed by over 80%. At the same time, its trajectory was directly altered by this tap from Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't give up on this chance. He took a large stride forward, and then Dragonbone stabbed swiftly like a bolt of lightning towards Emoka's chest. Yang Yi was clearly aware of how terrifying Emoka's physical defense was, so he didn't hold back at all. The nether ghost flame transformed into a ball of thumb-sized flame that covered the tip of his sword while Yang Yi converged his physical strength there as well. At this moment, the energy contained within the tip of Yang Yi's sword was extremely terrifying, and the sound of air exploding resounded incessantly wherever it passed. Emoka didn't dare act carelessly when he sensed the terrifying energy contained within Yang Yi's sword. However, he didn't choose to evade because he would lose momentum if he did that right now. Of course, it was also because it was impossible to evade at such a close distance. Since he couldn't evade, then he intended to go head-on against it. A grim shout resounded from Emoka as his left fist, which was covered in black scales, blasted towards the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Right when Emoka's fist was about to strike the tip of Yang Yi's sword, his pupils suddenly constricted. Because he noticed that Yang Yi's body had vanished on the spot, and it was only an afterimage in front of him. Right at this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart resounded behind Emoka, and then the tip of a sword that was suffused with a fine glow of fire instantly struck his back. Chapter 386: The Hidden Dragon's Steel. Yang Yi's sword pierced through Emoka's body, yet he didn't reveal even a trace of happiness. On the contrary, he frowned instead because it was an afterimage that had stabbed. "Did you think that you're the only one who possesses shocking speed?" Emoka's voice resounded from behind Yang Yi, and then the nether god's spear shot straight towards the back of Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi swiftly turned around before he stabbed his sword straight ahead, and it collided with Emoka's spear. Bang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and the enormous force from the collision caused them to retreat explosively by around 25 m before they finally stopped. However, in the next moment, both of them shot explosively at each other again, and then sounds of metal colliding resounded incessantly. Both their strengths were on par, their defense was on par, and their realms of cultivation were the same. Moreover, even their combat experience was almost the same. So, the battle between them was extremely intense. Yang Yi gradually gained the upper hand in the battle because he possessed the enlightened sword heart, and he was able to easily disperse Emoka's attacks before launching an effective counterattack. However, it was useless as well. Because even if he was able to stab Emoka, it wasn't able to harm Emoka at all. It didn't even stab through Emoka's skin. Similarly, Emoka's spear was unable to cause any material harm to Yang Yi when it struck Yang Yi. In other words, if they didn't reveal their trump cards, then it was practically impossible for them to kill each other. Clang! Their sword and spar collided forcefully in midair, and sparks sprayed from the point of collision. The formidable force from the collision caused both the sword and spear to tremble violently, and then Yan Yi and Mo-Ke moved backward repeatedly and were split apart. Looks like there's no need to wait for the Hidden Dragon rankings to begin. Right at this moment, Nanjing's voice suddenly resounded, and then she walked slowly onto the Hidden Dragon arena. She glanced at both Mo-Ke and Yan Yi before she nodded lightly and said, "Only a few of us possess the qualifications to seize a position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. In my opinion, having battles one after the other is truly too troublesome, so why don't both of you fight me at the same time?" Everyone in the surroundings immediately froze. Fight her at the same time? My God! I'm not hearing things right? And Nanjing actually wants Mo-Ke and Yan Yi to fight her at the same time? Has she gone mad? Mo-Ke and Yan Yi were stunned as well. Could this woman have really gone mad with arrogance? Fight her together? Does she really think that she's invincible? However, right at this moment, Nanjing glanced indifferently at Luo Shui and spoke shocking words once more. "You fight me at the same time as well! There's no need to reveal such an expression of surprise and amusement. I know you're not weaker to Mo-Ke and Yan Yi, and you might even be much stronger than them. However, it's all meaningless to me. So, for the sake of saving myself the trouble, all of you can fight me at once." Luo Shui shook his head and chuckled as he said, "I know you possess the qualifications to act arrogantly. But I'm sorry, I won't join forces with them to fight you at the same time. Of course, if you want to challenge me to a one-on-one fight, then I accept." "And Nanjing, do you really think you're invincible?" Mo-Ke spoke coldly. "Challenge you together? What an awesome plan. If you win, you'll be unprecedented, and your position as the martial god would be firmed, whereas, you'd still be able to be renowned throughout the continent even if you lose. I know that you're very strong, but truthfully speaking, you don't have the qualifications to make us challenge you at the same time." Regardless of whether it was Mo-Ke or Luo Shui, they had their own sense of pride. So, challenging in Nanjing at the same time with others was an insult to them. Yan Yi fell silent. Had fought in Nanjing, so he was clearly aware of the terrifying strength that she possessed. Even though she was very arrogant, she wasn't a brainless person. So, since she actually dared to boast in such a manner, then it represented that she was fully confident in her ability. However, Yan Yi was very puzzled in his heart as well. Where did she get such confidence? No matter if it was Mo-Ke, Luo Shui, or Yan Yi, all of them had revealed extremely terrifying strengths right now. It could be said that three of them could firmly occupy the first position of a Hidden Dragon ranking of the past if the other two weren't present at the time. Moreover, Yan Yi firmly believed that both Mo-Ke and Luo Shui definitely possessed shocking trump cards. And Nanjing was definitely aware of this as well. Since she knew yet actually dared to boast like that, then was she too arrogant or filled with confidence? And Nanjing nodded when she heard them, and then she glanced at Yan Yi and said, "Do you have anything to say?" "Good luck." Yan Yi spoke flatly. And Nanjing glanced at the three of them before she said, "Actually, all of you would still have a slight chance if you joined forces. After all, you aren't weak. Unfortunately, you've given up on such an opportunity for the sake of that incomprehensible regard for face and pride." As soon as she finished speaking, and Nanjing's figure flashed over to the stone steel, and then she pressed her palm against it. Bang! A strand of dazzling radiance erupted from it, and then everyone watched with astonishment as Nanjing's name appeared at the lowest row of the stone steel. After that, her name leaped, and not even a breath of time had passed before her name was on the 5th row. Moreover, it merely stopped there for a few breaths of time before it leaped up once more, and it arrived beneath the 3rd row. In other words, it was beneath the sword sex founding ancestor. After another short moment, and Nanjing's name leaped once more under the astounded gazes of everyone, and it leaped past the sword sex founding ancestor, and when have I feared the world to arrive at the 2nd position. The others in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they witnessed this scene. And Nanjing actually surpassed the sword sect's founding ancestor? Her potential has actually surpassed the strongest expert in the past 10,000 years. What did this represent? It represented that an extraordinary expert would soon emerge on the continent. Yan Yi, Mo Ke, and Luo Shui had solemn expressions on their faces right now. Her potential has actually surpassed the sword sect's founding ancestor. Isn't that a little too terrifying? Even though the three of them were very confident in their own ability, and extremely proud, they didn't think that they could surpass the sword sect's founding ancestor. At this moment, Nanjing had used facts to prove that her potential had surpassed the sword sect's founding ancestor. However, this wasn't the end of it. Right when Yan Yi and the others were shocked, another strand of dazzling light had suddenly erupted from the stone steel. After that, Nanjing's name surpassed the first martial god of profounder continent, Qing Luanfeng, and appeared at the top of the stone steel. Everyone in the surroundings froze once more. Her potential actually surpassed the first martial god. No one throughout the annals of history has ever been able to surpass the first martial god, but Nanjing has actually accomplished it. Even though it didn't represent that her future accomplishments would definitely surpass the first martial god, it proved that Nanjing's potential had surpassed the first martial god. If Nanjing didn't meet an early end, then she would definitely become an expert who surpassed the sword sect's founding ancestor, and Qing Luanfeng. At the same time, another extraordinary expert would rise from the continent. Right at this moment, the white-haired old man, Qian Huan, appeared here. He gazed at the first row at the top of the stone steel which housed Nanjing's name now, and then a complicated expression flashed through his eyes before excitement filled them. His gaze descended onto Nanjing before he said, "I'm an elder of the 9th rank sect, Ascension sect. I represent the Ascension sect in inviting you to join my Ascension sect. No matter if it's the cultivation techniques, combat techniques, or treasures of the clan, you can choose anything you desire. Moreover, you can even ask for a reasonable request to be fulfilled. What do you think? Qian Huan, you've broken the rules." Right at this moment, a Taoist who wore Taoist robes appeared here. He glanced coldly at Qian Huan before he said, "Qian Huan, the hidden dragon rankings hasn't come to an end, yet you're already started to recruit in secret. This doesn't conform to the rules, right?" "Feng Xiu, my Ascension sect is taking her." Qian Huan's voice carried a firm and indisputable tone. "How laughable." The Taoist laughed coldly and said, "Taking her? On what basis? Because you, Qian Huan, are old?" A wisp of rage flashed through Qian Huan's eyes, and then he pondered deeply for a short moment before he said, "Feng Xiu, I'll make a compromise. My Ascension sect will only take her from all the human geniuses who participate in the hidden dragon rankings. All the rest will belong to your Pure River sect. What do you think? Don't refuse me just yet. Look at that sword cultivator Yang Yi. He has comprehended sword intent at such a young age and even possesses 7th level slaughter sword intent. Such a genius in the sword Dao isn't inferior to this little girl, right? Besides that, these human profounders in the surroundings are genius in the sword Dao?" Feng Xiu glanced at Yan Yi before he immediately interrupted Qian Huan and said in a furious tone, "Qian Huan, do you think him an idiot? Genius in the sword Dao? It's merely 7th level sword intent, and he only has a few years of lifespan left. How could he possibly compare to that little girl? What a joke! 1,000 of him can't even compare to a fraction of her." Chapter 387 Fight me at the same time. 1,000 of me can't even compare to a fraction of her? Yan Yi laughed coldly when he heard this. This old Taoist is really frank, huh? Is it so great to be from a 9th rank sect? Indeed, it's great, but so what? Aren't I, Yan Yi, still alive and well without a sect? Yan Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the old Taoist. In any case, he didn't want to join the Clear River sect. "Senior, you're mistaken." Meanwhile, Nanjing said, "Even though he merely possesses 7th level sword intent, he has a sword Dao of his own. So, if it's amongst all the sword cultivators of the younger generation, none can compare to him. She's right, Qianhuan said as well. Feng Xiu, this kid killed a genius of the Mo clan who possessed 8th level sword intent, and he even obtained the acknowledgement of the ancient Shi to become the next sword emperor. Even though he's inferior to her, there's probably less than a handful amongst the younger generation of the entire continent who can defeat him. Moreover, the most important point is that he's from the Southern Territory and is even an independent cultivator. Feng Xiu's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and then his gaze descended once more onto Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi for a moment yet still shook his head and said, "Condensed sword intent like a sharp sword that's waiting to be unsheathed, and a fierce and sharp aura. He has good potential. Unfortunately, he's cursed by the heavens, and his lifespan is still no more than a few years. Moreover, even though he's the Sword Emperor, he's still too inferior when compared to her. So, I can do without him." "Senior, you're wrong again." It was none other than Shi Luo who spoke these words. Feng Xiu glanced indifferently at Shi Luo and said, "Kid from the Endless Sect, you seem to have lost face for the Endless Sect this time. You were actually reduced to such an embarrassing state by the Devil Profoundus. Your master would probably be angered to death if he found out about this." Shi Luo shook his head and said, "Senior Feng, you said that Yang Yi is inferior to an Nanjing, and I acknowledge that. After all, her genius is really too monstrous. However, you shouldn't underestimate Yang Yi because head really extremely strong. In any case, I'm embarrassed by my inferiority to him." "Oh?" Feng Xiu's brows raised and revealed a trace of interest before he said, "He actually made you speak such words. Could it be that I, Feng Xiu, had made a mistake?" As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Reveal all your trump cards. I'll let you join my Clear River sect if you can satisfy me." Yang Yi chuckled when he heard this. Is this charity? Would he, Yang Yi, need Feng Xiu's charity? Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Just as Senior said, I really don't have many years of lifespan left. So, joining Senior's sect would only be a waste of your sect's resources." Feng Xiu restrained his smile and said, "You're still too young. Do you know what you've missed from speaking out of anger? Even if you've obtained the ancient Shi's acknowledgement, what can you possibly accomplish without the fostering of a sect? The ancient Sheath was able to abandon Mo Qinyu, so when you have insufficient strength in the future, it will abandon you as well. Understand? That's nothing you have to worry about." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. How could he, Yang Yi, accept such charity that came in such a humiliating form? Feng Xiu grunted coldly. He withdrew his gaze and shot it onto a Nanjing before he said, "My Clear River sect can provide the same conditions that Qianhuan promised you. Moreover, I can make the decision to immediately make you the personal disciple of my Clear River sect's master, and become the next sect master of Clear River sect. What do you think?" Qianhuan frowned. He was just about to say something when a Nanjing shook her head slowly and said, "Seniors, there's no need to waste your time on me. I have a master and a sect." "What?" Feng Xiu and Qianhuan frowned at the same time, and then Qianhuan said in a low voice, "Little girl, and you have a sect? And a master?" And Nanjing nodded and said, "Indeed. However, I can't tell you about them. If there's nothing else, then please start the Hidden Dragon rankings. I don't want to waste too much time here." The two of them instantly revealed bitter expressions when they heard this. Because they'd noticed an extraordinary genius and had almost flared up against each other, yet she actually had a master and a sect already. Both of them sighed at the same time, and then their gazes descended onto Yang Yi. If a Nanjing was excluded, then the most outstanding amongst the human profounders here was Yang Yi. Unfortunately, he only had a few years left to live. Of course, if Yang Yi possessed natural talent which was equivalent to a Nanjing, then they would find a way to replenish Yang Yi's lifespan even if they had to use the resources of their entire sect. Unfortunately, Yang Yi didn't. However, Yang Yi still had some value now. Why? Because with the strength Yang Yi possessed, it was practically inevitable that Yang Yi would gain a position in the rankings. So long as Yang Yi was in the top 10, then he would be able to obtain karmic luck. In other words, if Yang Yi were to join their sects, then their sects would be able to benefit from the karmic luck that Yang Yi obtained. When he thought up to here, Qian Huan was the first to speak. He said, "Kid, I'll try to extend your lifespan if you're willing to join my sect. What do you think?" Yang Yi shook his head and spoke indifferently. "Thank you for the good intentions, senior. However, I'm used to being free, and I'm no accustomed to being tied down. So, I appreciate your kindness, senior." Meanwhile, Feng Xiu grunted coldly and said, "Your natural endowment and natural talent in the Sword Dao are very good indeed, but if you don't have the fostering of a sect and a huge amount of cultivation resources, then it would be in vain no matter how extraordinary your natural talent in the Sword Dao is. I won't be as hypocritical as Qian Huan. I won't ask you to join my sect, and I just want you to give 80% of the karmic luck you obtain to my Clear River sect." "Why would I do that?" Yang Yi started laughing from the extreme rage he felt. Feng Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly while a strand of cold light flashed through his eyes. He said, "I'll naturally not take your karmic luck for nothing. You'll provide karmic luck to my sect, and my sect will provide a certain amount of cultivation resources to you. Moreover, I can give you some cultivation techniques and combat techniques as well. Don't worry, they'll be at the Earth rank at least." "Forget it." Yang Yi refused decisively. "I can obtain cultivation resources myself, so Senior doesn't have to worry about that. Besides that, since Senior was frank, then he'll be frank as well. I don't want to join any sect, so don't waste your effort anymore. Please go look for someone else if you want karmic luck." Feng Xiu's face fell because a tiny profounder at the spirit realm had actually dared to speak to him like that. Such blatant disrespect. He wanted to teach Yang Yi a lesson. However, he had no choice but to abandon this thought when he recalled the rules of the ancient battlefield. In the end, he merely glanced coldly at Yang Yi and said, "As expected of a sword cultivator, you even speak so arrogantly. I hope your life will be as great as your arrogance." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Qian Huan said, "Kid, even though his way of speed wasn't pleasant, you shouldn't have talked back to him. It's really unwise to offend an expert." Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Senior, you should be clearly aware of the reason why I would have offended such an expert. Had never thought of offending an extraordinary expert. But it couldn't be helped because Feng Xiu had spoken in such a haughty manner as if recruiting Yang Yi was the greatest fortune in Yang Yi's lifetime. If it wasn't for his insufficient strength, he would have drawn his sword and attacked by now." Qian Huan was stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed before falling silent. He glanced at Nanjing while true regret flashed clearly through his eyes. It wasn't a huge deal that he was unable to recruit Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi only had a few years to live. So, no matter how monstrous his genius was, it would only last for a short while. However, Nanjing was different. She was a truly extraordinary genius. He could imagine that if his sect were to be able to recruit her, then she would definitely be able to bring his sect to its peak in the future. It would become the first 10th rank sect in the last 10,000 years of the continent. Unfortunately. It was truly unfortunate. Both Feng Xiu and Qian Huan had thought of taking her by force, but they had no choice but to abandon such a thought. Why? It wasn't worth the risk. Not to mention that they didn't know the identity of Nanjing's sect and master. Taking such action would definitely make Nanjing detest them. The slightest mistake would even make their sects have an extraordinarily formidable enemy in the future. So, they had no choice but to abandon such a thought. Qian Huan shook his head, and then he glanced at everyone present here and said, "It's about time. The Hidden Dragon ranking starts officially right now. Work hard for the fate of your sects and yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Nanjing, and it made the expressions of everyone change. Because it was the aura of a spirit realm expert. And Nanjing's figure flashed and appeared on the Hidden Dragon arena. She glanced at the others below the arena and spoke indifferently. There's no need to waste time. All of you can fight me at the same time. Chapter 388 Triad Mantra. As she stood there proudly with her hands behind her back, Nanjing was extremely striking at this moment. Of course, it wasn't because of her appearance but her bearing, it was that unparalleled domineering aura and confidence. Yes, Nanjing was overflowing with a domineering aura, and the indifference and confidence in her eyes aroused feelings of both respect and hate in others. She looked down upon the world. At this moment, that was exactly what others felt from her. It was true contempt upon the world, and she regarded all the heroes of the world as nothing but dirt. As he gazed at Nanjing, who looked down upon the world from the arena, Yan Yi had no choice but to admit that the quasi-martial god of the past, Yuan Tong, was too inferior when compared to Nanjing. What was the martial god? How should the martial god be like? Yan Yi didn't know the answer to that, nor had he seen someone like that. But if it was now, then he would say that the martial god should be like Nanjing. Ha ha! This is the arrogant, imposing aura that the martial god should possess. Meanwhile, Luo Shui suddenly started laughing, and then he glanced at Mo Ke and Yan Yi as he said, "Will the two of you go first, or shall I?" Luo Shui naturally didn't want them to challenge her with him. Mo Ke's figure flashed onto the hidden dragon arena. Devil energy surged out from within him, and then a layer of black scales instantly enveloped his entire body. He said, "The martial god is invincible at the same realm of cultivation and lives a life of matchlessness. Since I, Mo Ke, started cultivating, I've never lost to someone of the same realm as well. And Nanjing, you're at the peak and seek defeat. I, Mo Ke, am the same. I hope you don't disappoint me. You're not enough." And Nanjing shook her head lightly. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ke vanished on the spot, and he instantly arrived in front of Nanjing. His fist that was covered in sharp scales emanated a string of explosions as it blasted through the air and smashed forcefully towards Nanjing's head. However, right when his fist was just a few centimeters away from Nanjing's head, Nanjing's fist had suddenly appeared in front of Mo Ke's chest and smashed directly against him. Clang! It was like her fist had struck hard iron, and the sound of metal colliding resounded. And Nanjing's beautiful brows knit together slightly. In the next moment, she spun her fist slightly. "Pierce!" As soon as she spoke, her fist suddenly smashed down. Bang! Mo Ke was blasted flying. A thin barrier of light suddenly appeared at the edges of the arena when Mo Ke was about to fly off the arena, and an enormous bang resounded as Mo Ke collided with the barrier of light. Mo Ke was instantly blasted flying again. However, right at this moment, Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of Mo Ke, who was still in midair, and then she suddenly her fist down at his stomach. Bang! Mo Ke's figure curled forward while he flew backward again. The countless spectators below the arena were dumbstruck. Especially the Devil Profounders. They were very clearly aware of the defensive and physical strengths that Mo Ke possessed, and it wasn't exaggerated to say that even a spirit realm expert would find it almost impossible to break through his defenses. Yet now, their big brother was being completely suppressed in strength by a human profounder. Only Yan Yi wasn't so surprised. After all, had fought in Nanjing before this, and he was clearly aware of how terrifying she was. Mo Ke's defensive ability was on par to his own, yet hadn't Nanjing overcome his defenses as well at that time? No, she hadn't overcome their defenses. It was rather like their defenses were of no effect to her. Every single one of her punches struck straight through his defenses and shook his internal organs. Yang Yi shook his head while he gazed at Mo Ke because Mo Ke had been slightly careless in the end. Mo Ke hadn't revealed his true strength at the very beginning, otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered 2 successive punches from Nanjing. After she blasted him flying with that second kick, Nanjing didn't follow up with another attack. She stood on the spoke and watched Mo Ke crash to the ground as she said indifferently, "Those 2 punches were the price for underestimating me. I didn't kill you because you haven't revealed your true strength. so it would be quite a pity to kill you just like that. I really shouldn't have underestimated you at all. Emoka stood up slowly. The small and delicate imprint of a fist could be surprisingly seen on his stomach, and there was an even more striking wisp of fresh blood on the corner of his mouth. Emoka licked off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he revealed a savage expression and said, "Good, very good. I really haven't experienced the feeling of being injured for a very long time. As expected of the martial god, you're actually able to disregard my physical defense, and you've even comprehended the true secrets of strength and speed. You really do possess extraordinary natural talent." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of pitch-black wings flashed out from Emoka's back. They were formed from pitch-black and mysterious scales, and they were covered in black energy, and seemed extremely bizarre. The edges of the wings seemed even more alike to sharp blades, and they flickered with a horrifying and ghastly cold glow. The devil god's wings? When she saw these wings, Nanjing's gaze wasn't that calm and composed anymore, and there was a trace of fluctuation in time. The devil god's wings was the most formidable devil artifact that the devil god possessed all those years ago, and it was crafted from 33,000 dragon scales and the blood essence of the saint devil beast of the devil territory, the dark devil dragon. A saint devil beast of the devil territory was equivalent to a saint rank demon beast of the demon territory. Besides being capable of greatly increasing its user's speed, the devil god's wings was a defensive treasure. Because it could envelop its owner when needed, and its harness was something that even a Tao artifact wouldn't overcome. Besides that, it could be utilized as an offensive treasure because the 33,000 dragon scales were sharp to the point of being able to easily slice through a high-grade heaven rank armor. Of course, most importantly, the devil god's wings contained the soul of the dark devil dragon which the devil god had sealed within it. In short, the devil god's wings was an all-rounder. It possessed capabilities in speed, offense, and defense. Of course, the might of the devil god's wings depended entirely on its user's strength. If the devil god utilized it, then it could move 500 kilometers in an instant, but with Emoka's strength, just 50 kilometers in an instant was a pretty good achievement. But even then, it was still extremely formidable. After all, even an Exalt Realm expert couldn't move 50 kilometers in an instant. When they saw the devil god's wings, both Yan Yi and Luo Shui revealed solemn expressions because even their hearts palpitated slightly from the terrifying aura contained within the devil god's wings. "Is this what you intend to rely on?" Nanjing spoke indifferently. "Nanjing, take out your sky split! Otherwise, you won't have another chance." Emoka gazed at Nanjing while he spoke with a peerlessly domineering tone. Nanjing shook her head slowly and said, "There's no need for that, and I disdain to use it on you." A wisp of a savage expression instantly flashed through Emoka's eyes when he heard this. "Then die!" He hadn't even finished speaking the last word when his figure had arrived in front of Nanjing, and then his figure spun as the wings on his back slashed horizontally at her like a pair of sharp blades. Nanjing's expression was calm as she smashed her fist forward. Bang! Emoka took a few steps back while Nanjing stood on the spot without moving. However, her brows had knit together slightly before a bloody mark had appeared on her right fist. "You really are looking for death!" Nanjing raised her head to gaze at Emoka. In the next moment, her figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and she left a string of seemingly material afterimages behind as she instantly arrived in front of Emoka. She clenched her right fist tightly, and then it caused explosions in the air as it struck straight at Emoka's head. Yan Yi and Luo Shui's expressions changed in unison upon witnessing this scene. Because her fist actually made the space throughout its path warp severely. Emoka's pupils constricted as well, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. His wings moved to instantly envelop him. At the same time, numerous scales shot violently towards Nanjing's throat and stomach. However, those scales hadn't even come into contact with her when they were blasted backward from the force contained in her fist. "Pierce!" Nanjing shouted lightly, and then her fist smashed onto Emoka's wings. Bang! Emoka was blasted flying again. Luo Shui's pupils constricted as he said, The Triad Mantra! Now he finally understood why Nanjing's speed and strength were so terrifying. The Triad Mantra was a type of spirit art. Spirit arts were similar to combat techniques, but their essence was different. Because combat techniques were activated by profound energy, whereas spirit arts were activated by the spirit, energy, essence, and will. It could be said that spirit arts belonged to a different way of cultivating, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate as well because its requirements were extremely harsh. Coupled with the fact that spirit arts were extremely rare, so very few throughout the continent were capable of utilizing them. The Triad Mantra was a spirit art created by the 10th martial god, and it was respectively Accelerate, Ward, and Pierce. Accelerate represented the utilization of spirit, energy, essence, and will to improve one's speed, while Ward represented the ability to ward off attacks. As for Pierce, it represented the ability to disregard all defenses when attacking. Now Luo Shui finally understood why Mo's defenses were completely suppressed by her. It was because Nanjing had comprehended the true secrets of the Triad Mantra. And Nanjing had only obtained the inheritance of the martial god for a short period. So, logically speaking, it was impossible for her to comprehend the Triad Mantra. However, she just so happened to have comprehended it, and it was even to such a skilled level. Why was she able to accomplish this? It was because Nanjing had already comprehended strength intent and speed intent. It could be said that the Triad Mantra was countless times stronger than when it was in the hands of the 10th martial god, because the 10th martial god hadn't comprehended the true secrets of strength and speed. Luo Shui's expression had become extremely serious. She really is very formidable. Yan Yi wasn't aware of all that. He merely knew that Nanjing's martial Dao was very similar to his sword Dao. It was a form of simplicity, as well. Nanjing's attacks and defenses didn't have any unnecessary movements or flair, and they purely displayed strength and speed to their extremes. This seemed to be quite simple, but it was actually extraordinarily difficult to accomplish. I have the enlightened sword heart that's capable of destroying all techniques with a single strike of the sword. It allows me to see through the essence and flaws of all things. However, Nanjing isn't utilizing any moves at all, so how can I destroy them? How can I defeat her? Yan Yi's brows knit together imperceptibly when he thought up to here. But in the blink of an eye, he chuckled lightly. Ha ha! Why am I thinking about all of this now? I'll naturally know how to deal with it when I fight her later. After he straightened out his thinking, Yan Yi shot his gaze towards the arena again. Chapter 389 Endless Battle. Nanjing stood proudly on the arena with her hands behind her back, and her gaze was calm and indifferent. Moku was tightly enveloped by the devil god's wings, and he was like an iron ball that resided in front of her. Moreover, it was impossible to determine his situation because of this. Nanjing was being conceited but confident. The reason she had given Moku opportunities to catch his breath every single time wasn't because she wanted to display her strength. She merely hoped that he could give her a pleasant surprise. Yes, she wanted to lose, or perhaps it should be said that she wanted someone to be able to let her fight to her heart's content. Because only then could she be aware of her limits. However, there wasn't anyone amongst her peers who could make her fight seriously in battle. Nanjing shook her head and walked slowly towards Moku, and she spoke while she did that. The devil god's wings is very formidable because it's actually capable of injuring me. But Moku, you're still quite weak and are unable to truly bring forth its true might. Moreover, external sources of strength will only amount to so much because the strength you obtain by relying on external sources will only last for a moment. Only the strength you possess yourself is the most authentic. Could it be that you're unaware of this principle? All those years ago, the devil god's wings was controlled by the devil god, but are you, Moku, controlling it now, or is it controlling you? The devil god's wings opened up slowly to reveal Moku, who still had a wisp of fresh blood on the corner of his mouth. Moku was unprecedentedly calm as he listened to Nanjing. Since had inherited the devil god's wings, had always thought that he, Moku, was truly controlling it. Moreover, he was always extremely confident because he possessed it, and he was still full of confidence even if he faced in Nanjing. However, when he reflected upon it, he realized that his so-called confidence came from the devil god's wings. Did the strength of the devil god's wings belong to him, Emoka? The answer was no. He wasn't just relying on its strength, he was relying on the strength of an external object and had entrusted his confidence to it. Is this the path of the devil that I, Emoka, seek? When he thought up to here, Emoka laughed with self-ridicule, and then the wings on his back retracted slowly and entered his body in the end. He raised his head to gaze at Nanjing before he said, "In Nanjing I, Emoka, have lost. Not only have I lost in terms of strength, but I've also lost to you in the martial Tao. I, Emoka, acknowledge your position as the martial god." The spectators below the arena were deathly silent. Emoka admitted defeat. Actually, this wasn't very surprising because Nanjing's strength was truly too formidable. With the strength that she revealed now, how many of her peers could defeat her? Yang Yi fell silent. Even though Nanjing was speaking to Emoka, couldn't it be applied to him as well? Besides the sword domain, sword intent, and enlightened sword heart, what else belonged to him, Yang Yi? The Nether Ghost Flame and Ninth Hell Cold Gale were natural treasures that possessed formidable strengths, but the problem was whether they weren't part of his own strength. They weren't. Just like Emoka, he was relying on external sources of strength, and when one relied on formidable sources of external strength, it was easy for one to become reliant on them. This was a fact because hadn't he, Yang Yi, been filled with confidence at one time because he possessed the Nether Ghost Flame? It wasn't wrong to rely on external sources of strength, but one had to avoid reversing the order of what was the top priority. Because only the strength obtained by oneself is authentic. After all, it was impossible to lose no matter the circumstances. Now, Yang Yi had a slight understanding of why Nanjing didn't utilize Sky Split. Because she didn't want to rely on Sky Split's strength. After she heard Emoka admit defeat, Nanjing stood there for a moment, and still had an extremely calm expression as she said, "The incomplete soul of the Dark Devil Dragon lies within the Devil God's wings. If you release it with all your strength, then I might not be able to resist its might. Isn't that your greatest trump card? Could it be that you intend to give up just like that? Even if it can defeat you, it wouldn't be I, Emoka, who defeated you." "Right," Emoka said. "Moreover, I firmly believe that it might not be able to defeat you even if I release it and support it with all my strength. And Nanjing, you've won. However, the path towards the martial Tao is a very long path ahead. You're leading for now, but it doesn't mean you'll lead forever. It'll catch up to you. It'll be waiting." And Nanjing slowly relaxed her clenched right hand as she spoke indifferently. She originally intended to kill him. However, she'd give up on it in the end. Because she hoped that he could give her a pleasant surprise in the future. After all, there were truly too few amongst the younger generation who had the qualifications to pleasantly surprise her. Emoka walked slowly off the arena and arrived before the other Devil Profounders. He bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry. I disappointed everyone." The Devil Profounders fell silent, and they didn't blame Emoka. After all, Nanjing was truly too formidable. However, they carried the hopes of the devil race, and Emoka's defeat represented that the hopes of countless people had been destroyed. How would we face our fellow Devil Profounders when we return? After a short while passed, one of the Devil Profounders suddenly said, "Big brother, it's fine. Even though you weren't able to obtain the first, it's fine so long as you're still alive. Because there's still hope for the devil race so long as you're still alive. I believe that you'll definitely be able to lead our devil race to escape its current situation and allow us to live our lives like the humans. I believe it as well. Big brother, even if all of us die, there'll still be hope for our devil race while you're still alive. I believe that our fellow Devil Profounders will definitely understand. No matter what, we brothers will definitely continue staying by your side. Even if we have to traverse an ocean of fire and rush into hell itself. While we've lost to the humans, for now, it doesn't represent that we'll lose forever. Big brother, I believe that you'll definitely be able to defeat that so-called martial god in the future. Embark's eyes turned slightly red when he heard the consolation they provided. His objective was the first when he came to the ancient battlefield this time. Because only the karmic luck obtained by the first would be sufficient to change the fate of the devil race. Of course, most importantly, obtaining the first would be able to rouse the spirits of the entire devil race. Unfortunately, had lost. He who was supreme in the eyes of the devil race's younger generation had lost to a human. How many of our fellow devil profounders will be disappointed when I return to the devil territory? And Nanjing's gaze descended onto Yan Yi and Luo Shui while she stood on the arena, and she said, "There really is no need to waste time. Both of you can fight me at once. Only the three of us have the right to compete for the first position, so wouldn't it be better for us to resolve it at once?" Luo Shui shook his head slowly while his figure flashed up onto the arena. After that, he said, "You're very strong, and you really do have the qualifications to speak those words. However, fighting you 2-on-1 will cause a flaw to appear in my mental state. So, even if I win, it would. You should understand what I mean, right?" And Nanjing nodded slightly and said, "Then attack." Luo Shui shook his head again and said, "You fought Embark just now, so fighting you now would be unfair to you. I'm aware that you don't care, but I do. So..." When he spoke up to here, he turned around to look at Yan Yi, who resided below the arena, and said, "We should have fought a long time ago. Unfortunately, we've never had a suitable opportunity. We have one now, so come on." Yan Yi nodded. He flashed onto the arena, and then Dragonbone appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm. He raised it slowly to point it at Luo Shui before he said, "You're right, we really should have fought a long time ago. So, let's fight to our heart's content now." "Of course." Luo Shui turned around to look at Nanjing and said, "I'll fight you after I deal with him. It'll be fair like that. What do you think?" Nanjing glanced at Luo Shui, and then she spoke indifferently. "Perhaps he'll deal with you. His strength isn't sufficient." Luo Shui grinned lightly, and then he flipped his palm before a strand of violet electricity appeared in his palm. The expressions of all the spectators changed violently when they saw this violet electricity. A natural treasure. It's actually a natural treasure. On the other hand, both Yan Yi and Shi Luo frowned. Because Yan Yi finally knew who'd killed Yuan Tong, whereas Shi Luo finally knew who'd killed Nangong Meng and Li Qingxue as well. Yan Yi thought to himself. Shi Luo said that Nangong Meng and Li Qingxue perished at the hands of a mysterious expert. If I'm not wrong, then they would have probably been killed by Luo Shui, just like Yuan Tong was. Luo Shui gazed at Yan Yi as he spoke indifferently. "This is a natural treasure of the lightning attribute, and it's ranked at the 6th position amongst lightning attribute natural treasures. It's called Violet Cloud Lightning. Yan Yi, you have a natural treasure as well. Let's see whose natural treasure is stronger, alright?" Bang! The nether ghost flame flashed into Yan Yi's palm, and he held it in his grasp as he said, "As you wish. It just so happens that I want to see if it's your electricity, or my flame, that's stronger." The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 390 Love Without Regrets. At this critical moment, Shi Luo, who was standing below the arena, had suddenly leaped up onto it and stood in front of Yan Yi. Yan Yi frowned slightly and was just about to speak when Shi Luo spoke first. "Leave him to me." Yan Yi was stunned, and then he said, "Is it because of Nangong Meng?" Shi Luo nodded. Yan Yi said, "How is your strength in comparison to Nangong Meng and Li Qingxue?" "We're on par with each other," said Shi Luo. "He's at the spirit realm right now, but what about you?" "The king realm." "Then you still intend to give your life away?" Yan Yi stared him in the eye while a trace of anger had appeared in Yan Yi's eyes. Even though he didn't have a close relationship with Shi Luo, there was a certain amount of friendship between them after getting along with each other during this period. While they didn't speak of it explicitly, he believed that Shi Luo had taken him to be a friend as well. "I know!" Shi Luo nodded. Then, Shi Luo grinned and interrupted Yang Yi. Do you know? Ming Ming always says that I'm carefree, fooling around instead of focusing on my cultivation, immature, not as calm and mature as Li Qingxue, not as hardworking as Li Qingxue, not. When he spoke up to hear, Shi Luo shook his head and grinned, yet his smile was slightly bitter. He said, But she didn't know that I truly did love her. The reason I worked hard on my cultivation was merely to catch up to her footsteps, and so that I would have the qualifications to be with her. She didn't know that the reason I didn't focus on my cultivation was actually because I wanted to spend time with her. She didn't know that the reason I acted in such a carefree manner was merely so that I could make her happy. But she still chose Li Qingxue in the end. Then do you still intend to die for her? Asked Yang Yi. Shi Luo nodded and said, I just want to prove that I, Shi Luo, can die for her. Even if it's impossible for her to be aware of it. Yang Yi fell silent. He couldn't say Shi Luo was stupid, nor did he have the right to do so. Moreover, he couldn't find any reason to refuse Shi Luo's request. Because love was really something that lasted through life and death. Don't worry, I, Shi Luo, aren't that weak. Meanwhile, Shi Luo suddenly smiled and said, Even though he's very strong, I still have some trump cards. When he spoke up to hear, he fell silent for a short while before he said, Help me do something if I die. Go on. Shi Luo took a deep breath and said, Help bury me where she died. In the past, she said that I was annoying. So be it. They'll annoy her for eternity. In any case, she can't refuse now. Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Luo turned around to gaze at Luo Shui, and then the enormous axe appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm. After that, the profound energy within him surged explosively as he swung it directly towards Luo Shui. Luo Shui shook his head and said, I really don't understand why you have to be so stupid. Is it really worth dying for a woman who didn't love you? After all, life is very precious, and it would be gone as soon as you die. Cut the crap! Shi Luo roared furiously as his figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Luo Shui. The enormous axe in his hand emanated a sharp whistle as it chopped down forcefully. Too weak! Luo Shui moved his finger slightly, and then Shi Luo's enormous axe was instantly blasted away by a strange strand of force. On the other hand, Luo Shui pressed forward and smashed a punch at Shi Luo's chest, causing a mouthful of blood to spray from the latter's mouth while his body was blasted flying. And Nanjing shook her head slightly, and then she closed her eyes. The spectators remained silent. All of them had discerned that Shi Luo wasn't a match for Luo Shui at all. If they were in the same realm of cultivation, then perhaps Shi Luo would have a slight chance. However, Luo Shui was a spirit realm profounder now, and the difference between them was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. So, Shi Luo was just looking for death. After a short while, Shi Luo stood up slowly, and had just stood up straight when a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed once more from between his lips. Shi Luo wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth before a savage expression flashed through his eyes. He flipped his palm, and then 3 5-inch-long golden needles appeared in his hand. A wisp of a resolute expression flashed in Shi Luo's eyes as he gazed at them, and then he pushed one each into the center of his forehead and both his temples. Bang! A terrifying aura surged explosively from within Shi Luo. This aura wasn't inferior to the aura of a spirit realm expert, and it even surpassed it slightly. You improved your cultivation by force with a secret technique? Luo Shui shook his head and said, Looks like you really do seek death because you actually utilize such a secret technique that would harm your foundation. Unfortunately, do you think that you can really avenge the woman you love with just this? How laughable! You really do spout a bunch of crap! Shi Luo shouted furiously as his figure flashed, and he instantly tore through the air and chopped the axe down towards Luo Shui's head. This strike was swift as a bolt of lightning, and the strength behind it was more than 10 times stronger than before. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Luo Shui's mouth while that strand of electricity suddenly erupted from his palm. In an instant, an area of over 10 m around him had been enveloped by the violet electricity. Yan Ye's heart constricted. After a short while, he took a deep breath and tightened his grip on Dragonbone, and his slaughter sword intent couldn't help but slowly seep out from within him. Moka shook his head slightly. This fellow, Shi Luo, is very strong, but the gap between him and Luo Shui is too huge. Especially when Luo Shui clearly didn't hold back and immediately utilized that natural treasure upon attacking. How could this fellow, Shi Luo, resist him? After a short while passed, the electricity dispersed, and then a charred corpse appeared on the arena. You were slightly stronger when compared to the other two. Unfortunately, you're still too weak in my opinion. Luo Shui shook his head slowly, and then he waved his right hand and the electricity in the surroundings instantly dispersed. Yan Ye's aura calmed down instead when he saw that corpse. He walked slowly up the arena and gazed at the unrecognizable corpse, and then he took a deep breath as if he was suppressing something. He crouched down and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'll bury you with the woman you love." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi waved his right hand and sent Shi Luo's corpse off the arena. After that, he said, "Even though we only knew each other for a short while, we fought together in the end, and we can be considered to be friends. Since we can be considered to be friends, then I naturally have to avenge you. Just watch and see how I avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, slaughter sword intent surged out from within Yan Yi, and then a fine strand of flame instantly covered Dragonbone. He pointed Dragonbone at Luo Shui while a strand of light flickered incessantly at the tip of his sword. Yan Yi didn't waste his breath. He swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then the entire arena trembled violently. He relied on the enormous counterforce from the ground to tear explosively through the air and arrive in front of Luo Shui, and then he swiftly stabbed Dragonbone forward. Clang! The tip of an enormous black brush struck the tip of Yan Ye's sword. After a moment of silence, an enormous bang resounded as the two of them split apart. At this moment, Luo Shui had a black and enormous brush in his right hand while the violet electricity resided on his left. And Nanjing frowned slightly when she saw that black and enormous brush, and it felt like she'd seen it somewhere. Yan Yi wasn't one who liked to waste his breath. Even though he was curious about that brush, he wasn't stupid enough to actually ask about it. A golden sword chest appeared with a flip of his palm, and then he issued a command in his heart, causing 200 swords to shoot into the air. These swords didn't form a sword formation, and they converged together to overlap and form an extraordinarily huge sword. With a flick of his finger, the nether ghost flame shot out explosively and appeared at the tip of the enormous sword. Bang! The entire enormous sword seemed as if it was on fire, and it became an enormous, flaming sword. "Go!" Yang Yi shouted. The enormous sword left a trail of flame behind as it shot explosively towards Luo Shui. At the same time, Yan Yi had Dragonbone in his grasp as he stomped the ground with his right foot, and he followed closely behind the flaming sword as he shot explosively at Luo Shui. Luo Shui had a slightly solemn expression in his eyes, and he slowly tightened his grip on the violet electricity in his left hand. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched down tightly. Bang! An explosion resounded as countless bolts of electricity instantly appeared around Luo Shui. After that, Luo Shui suddenly slapped his palm towards Yan Yi and the enormous sword. In an instant, it was like countless bolts of electricity had shot out explosively like sharp arrows. Moreover, they carried a shocking impetus with them. The spectators were flabbergasted by the scene on the hidden dragon arena. Exactly which natural treasure will reign supreme in this collision? Who will be the final victor of the battle between the Sword Emperor, Yan Yi, and this mysterious expert, Luo Shui? Chapter 391 Death Energy. Bang! An enormous and world-shaking bang resounded while the entire hidden dragon arena trembled violently. Countless strands of flames and electricity suddenly swept towards the surroundings. In next to no time, they had spread to the borders of the arena and collided forcefully against the barrier of light. Bang! Dense cracks instantly appeared on the barrier of light that enveloped the arena, and then the entire light barrier exploded into pieces under the astounded gazes of everyone in the surroundings. The flames and electricity continued sweeping towards the surroundings, and it caused the spectators to be astounded. Right at this moment, Qian Huan and Feng Xiu appeared here, and they lightly waved their right hands before the flames and electricity instantly vanished into nothingness. "You regret it now, right?" Qian Huan suddenly said. "Even though his natural talent isn't as monstrous as that little girl, it's at the top in the entire continent. Now you've seen his actual combat strength as well. So, do you regret your decision now?" Feng Xiu's eyelids twitched, and then he grunted coldly and said, "So what? His strength and natural talent are really not bad, but they are much inferior when compared to Luo Shui and that little girl. I can give him a chance to join my Clear River sect if he's able to defeat Luo Shui." Qian Huan shook his head. The sect master of Clear River sect actually dispatched such a conceited and arrogant fellow here. Can't this old fellow see that this kid doesn't care about 9th rank sects? Actually, Qian Huan felt slightly regretful in his heart as well, because he noticed that Yang Yi was truly a good seedling. Even though Yang Yi's strength might be inferior to Luo Shui and in Nanjing, Yang Yi's potential was huge. After all, Yang Yi was from a place like the Southern Territory where cultivation techniques and combat techniques were comparatively inferior. If he had the fostering and guidance provided by a large sect, then even if he couldn't become an extraordinary expert like the sword sect's founding ancestor, he would definitely be able to become a sword cultivator who left his name in history. However, Yang Yi's lifespan was too short, and even old geezers like them went mad in order to obtain such treasures that could increase their lifespans. Qian Huan sighed lightly before he shot his gaze towards the arena. The arena was in a mess. A strand of flame and a bolt of violet lightning were in confrontation in the sky above the arena. On the other hand, Yang Yi and Luo Shui weren't at the spots they stood before the collision, and they were on the ground at the edge of the arena. Even with their extremely formidable physical bodies and extremely terrifying strengths, it was impossible for them to completely disregard the terrifying might of the Nether Ghost Flame and Violet Cloud Lightning. After around 15 minutes had passed, both of them started moving at the same time, and then they slowly stood back up on their feet. Their physical bodies were extremely terrifying, so while the aftershock from the collision between the Nether Ghost Flame and Violet Cloud Lightning had struck them, it had merely struck them but hadn't caused any material harm to them. Swish! Right at this moment, the sound of wind being torn apart resounded, and then a trace of scarlet red suddenly appeared on Luo Shui's chest. The spectators in the surroundings were stunned when they witnessed this scene, but Yang Yi frowned instead. After he stood up just now, had utilized the sword control technique to control the hidden sword and attack Luo Shui. His attack had succeeded, but it was actually unable to move an inch deeper after it pierced through the skin in front of Luo Shui's chest. As he gazed at that trace of scarlet red on his chest, a wisp of a savage expression instantly appeared on Luo Shui's calm face. He gestured with his right hand and the violet cloud lightning instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot into his head. In an instant, strands of electricity appeared all around him, and then he shouted as he smashed his right fist forward in Yang Yi's direction. It was like an enormous python of violet-colored lightning shot out violently from within Luo Shui, and it carried a terrifying aura as it shot violently towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly when he saw this. He issued a command in his heart, and then the Nether Ghost Flame flashed over to appear in front of him. After that, the Nether Ghost Flame exploded apart with another command from him, and it transformed into a wave of flame that swept towards the violet lightning. Bang! They collided, and then another enormous explosion erupted. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was already behind Luo Shui when he appeared again. A cold glow flashed as Dragonbone arrived at Luo Shui's neck. However, the tip of his sword hadn't even come into contact with Luo Shui's skin when a strand of electricity suddenly blasted onto Yang Yi, causing Yang Yi to be instantly blasted over 15 m away. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while he gazed at Luo Shui, who seemed to be covered in a net of electricity. His ability to control the violet cloud lightning far surpasses my ability to control the nether ghost flame. Yan Yi, needless to say, I really underestimated you in the past. I originally thought that the violet cloud lightning would be enough to deal with you, but I was wrong. Don't worry, I won't underestimate you from now on. Luo Shui walked slowly towards Yan Yi. Strands of fine bolts of lightning flickered incessantly around him as he moved, and his imposing aura was shocking, like that of a lightning god who had descended to the world. Luo Shui stopped when he arrived 30 m away from Yan Yi. After a moment of silence, Luo Shui's figure suddenly shot forward explosively. He was like a bolt of lightning that instantly arrived in front of Yan Yi. Yan Yi frowned and tightened his grasp on his sword. He was about to attack when a wisp of a savage expression flashed through Luo Shui's eyes, and then Luo Shui said, "Explode!" As soon as he spoke, a net of electricity instantly surged forward from within Luo Shui and enveloped Yan Yi and him. Yan Yi held Dragonbone in his grasp while he stood within the net of electricity, and his aura was condensed to the limit. He was just about to destroy the net with a swing of his sword when a strand of extremely black energy suddenly surged out from within Luo Shui. The black energy moved extremely swiftly, and it instantly entered Yan Yi's body. Yan Yi's pupils constricted while his body stiffened on the spot. At the same time, his hands, neck, and face instantly turned black. Moreover, everywhere the black energy passed within his body had instantly turned jet black as well. The net of electricity dispersed, and the spectators were stunned when they witnessed the scene within it. Yan Yi has died just like that? And Nanjing frowned slightly when she saw the state Yan Yi was in. She pondered briefly before she said, "Death energy, I never expected that this utterly inhumane thing would appear once more in the world." As soon as she finished speaking, a wisp of a solemn expression had appeared in her eyes for the very first time. Death energy? What was death energy? When a person had just perished, the vitality within the body would be converted into death energy. This death energy would remain in the body for some time before dispersing into the world. It was extremely terrifying because it could directly put an end to a person's vitality. Moreover, both profound energy and techniques were useless against it. Because strictly speaking, it wasn't a form of energy. It was extremely difficult to take control of death energy because the slightest mistake would cause the person to suffer backlash, and backlash represented death. Because up until now, there hadn't been a single thing on the continent that could resist death energy. And Nanjing shook her head slightly as she gazed at Yan Yi's pitch-black eyes. Once death energy entered the body, then even a Saint Realm expert couldn't rescue Yan Yi. What a pity! Another person that might give me a pleasant surprise is gone. Feng Xiu grunted coldly and said, "Once death energy has entered his body, it's impossible to save him even for us. This is good as well. In any case, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Since death would come sooner or later, this can be considered as a form of release." Qian Huan frowned when he heard this. This fellow is really too petty. But he did say something true. It's impossible to save Yan Yi even for me. Even they were extremely fearful of death energy because nothing could resist it. Even a natural treasure couldn't. But how did Luo Shui cultivate this death energy? After a moment of deep thought, Qian Huan's gaze descended onto the enormous brush in Luo Shui's grasp, and then realization instantly covered his face. If I'm not wrong, then it's probably the book and brush of judgment. Because only these two treasures are capable of drawing out death energy from a person who has just perished. But how did they fall into Luo Shui's hands? After all, they were the primary treasures utilized by the Nether God all those years ago. Luo Shui glanced indifferently at Yan Yi, and then he flipped his palm and the Book of Judgment appeared there. He flipped it open to the second page, and the words Yan Yi resided on the first row of the second page. Luo Shui didn't hesitate to move the brush of judgment down towards Yan Yi's name. Chapter 392 Treatment Expenses. Right at this moment, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. A strand of violet light suddenly flashed from the depths of Yan Yi's pitch-black eyes, and then Yan Ye's body suddenly returned to normal. At the same time, his figure vanished on the spot and arrived in front of Luo Shui, who was about to strike Yan Ye's name off the Book of Judgment, and then a ray of light flashed as his sword shot directly towards Luo Shui's throat. Luo Shui's expression changed violently, and his eyes carried a wisp of astonishment in them. He wasn't astonished because Yan Ye's sword had arrived in front of his throat. He was astonished because Yan Yi was completely fine. Yan Yi had been inflicted by his death energy in the past, but had only utilized a trace at that time, and it wasn't pure as well. But now, had utilized all his death energy, and he firmly believed that even a peak spirit realm expert would definitely die from it. Yet now, Yan Yi was completely fine. Yan Yi was naturally fine. The death energy was very terrifying indeed, but could it be as terrifying as the tiny vortex that he possessed? The tiny vortex had emanated light violet profound energy as soon as the death energy entered his body, and as soon as the death energy came into contact with the light violet profound energy, the death energy was like snow that instantly melted away in boiling oil. Yan Yi was extremely shocked as well, because when the black energy Luo Shui emanated encountered his light violet profound energy, it was simply like the black energy had encountered its bane and couldn't resist at all. However, all of this wasn't something that he should think about right now. The important matter at hand was to deal with this fellow who killed Shi Luo. Of course, even if it wasn't for Shi Luo, he would still kill Luo Shui because the enmity between them had been formed a very long time ago. Clang! Yan Yi succeeded in taking Luo Shui by surprise, and all the spectators in the surroundings watched as his sword stabbed Luo Shui's throat. However, it was like had stabbed hard iron, and the sound of metal colliding resounded. Yan Yi frowned. When he focused his gaze, he noticed that a layer of golden scale had suddenly appeared on Luo Shui's neck. Right at this moment, Luo Shui stretched out his hand to hold Yan Ye's sword and said, "My physical body is even stronger than Moke. Besides a Nanjing, who else beneath the Exalt realm is capable of piercing the defenses of my body? Is that so?" A wisp of a savage expression arose on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth, and then he utilized his sword domain. In the next moment, Luo Shui's pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late, and the spectators heard a hiss as the sword in Yan Ye's hand stabbed through Luo Shui's throat. Yan Yi pulled his sword out, and a stream of fresh blood sprayed out. "Chosen One!" Meanwhile, a few hundred masked figures suddenly cried out miserably from below the arena, and then they charged towards the hidden dragon arena. However, they hadn't even arrived at the arena when they were blasted flying by a strand of strong wind. Luo Shui hadn't perished yet. He stared fixedly at Yan Yi while intending to say something, but blood was ceaselessly flowing from his throat, so he wasn't able to say anything. When he noticed that Luo Shui wasn't dead yet, Yan Yi was about to put an end to Luo Shui's life when the violet cloud lightning suddenly shot towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi laughed coldly when he saw this, and his figure flashed to instantly arrive in front of it before he stretched out his hand and grabbed it in his palm. In an instant, strong electricity surged from it and made Yan Ye's entire body tremble violently, and his hair stood on end. A trace of madness flashed through Yan Ye's eyes, and then he opened his mouth and directly placed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Yan Yi was naturally not going to subdue it right now. He wasn't formidable to such an extent. He's merely kept it in the tiny vortex. Of course, he was only giving it a try. Even though doing this was extremely dangerous, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to obtain it. Most importantly, he was confident in the tiny vortex's ability. Sure enough, the violet cloud lightning that was violet just moments ago had instantly become pacified upon entering the tiny vortex, and it moved about anxiously through the tiny vortex. Yan Yi was delighted and heaved a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. The spectators were flabbergasted instead. Yan Yi swallowed that terrifying natural treasure just like that? He just swallowed it. That's a natural treasure. Even Qian Huan and Feng Xiu frowned at this moment, and they had shocked and puzzled expressions in their eyes. How did Yan Yi accomplish that? Yang Yi disregarded the shocked gazes of the spectators, and he gazed at Luo Shui, who hadn't died, and said, "You can die now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to attack. But right at this moment, a white-haired old woman appeared in front of Luo Shui. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because had actually not noticed how she appeared here. This old woman's strength is absolutely on par with Qian Huan and Feng Xiu. A trace of heartache flashed through her eyes as she gazed at Luo Shui, who was still bleeding from his throat. She flicked her finger, and a strand of green light entered Luo Shui's body. In an instant, the injuries on Luo Shui's throat had slowly healed. The old woman walked over to Luo Shui, and then she stretched out her hand to rub his head before she said, "I told you that you should never be careless when facing an enemy, but you always refused to listen. You felt that you were invincible amongst your peers. Now you've suffered a loss." As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted a little strength from her palm, and then Luo Shui's eyes instantly closed. The old woman turned around to look at Yang Yi. She sized him up and said, "Not bad, as expected of the Sword Emperor. You already possess such attainments in the Sword Dao at such a young age. You're just like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor from all those years ago. So the senior has come to avenge the junior?" Yang Yi laughed coldly and remained silent. However, the ridicule on the corners of his mouth wasn't concealed at all. Meanwhile, Qian Huan had appeared on the arena as well. He glanced at Yang Yi with a complicated expression, while he sighed lightly in his heart. After that, he gazed at the old woman and said, "You're Senior Luo Rong of the half-demon race, right?" The old woman nodded lightly, and then a wisp of a smile appeared on her wrinkled face as she said, "I never expected that someone amongst the humans would actually recognize me after living a few hundred years in seclusion. Besides that, you've stepped foot into the monarch realm as well, so there's no need to consider yourself a junior." A wisp of a bitter expression appeared in Qian Huan's eyes upon hearing these words. It was originally a mere guess of his, and he hadn't expected that she would actually be that supreme expert who shocked the Central Territory 1,000 years ago. Even though they were both monarch realm experts, Qian Huan was clearly aware that he was far from being a match for her. It should be said that there was absolutely no more than a handful in the entire continent who could firmly suppress her. After all, this old woman had killed 3 monarch realm experts in the past. She was a true old monster. If it was possible, he was truly unwilling to become enemies with her. Unfortunately, she'd publicly broken the rules. So, if he didn't say anything about it, then it would be him and his sect who lost face. He couldn't afford to lose face from this. Qian Huan shook his head and said, "Senior Luo, you ought to be aware of the Hidden Dragon Rankings rules. Doing this is a violation of those rules." The old woman nodded and said, "But he's my grandson. I can't just watch as he dies." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "How about you let him off this time? So long as you don't kill him, then saving him wouldn't be a violation of the rules. In that way, everyone would be happy. All right?" When he heard this, Qian Huan looked at Yang Yi as well. She wasn't wrong. If Yang Yi agreed to spare Luo Shui, then she wouldn't be breaking the rules by saving him. Even though she'd broken the rules in advance, but nothing could be done about that. After all, her strength was clear for all to see while Yang Yi didn't have the support of any expert. Yang Yi was looking downward while ghastly killing intent surged incessantly within their depths. Even though she spoke as if she was discussing it with him, how could Yang Yi be unable to discern the threatening tone behind all of that? "Everyone will be happy? All of you will be happy, but what about me? What about Qi Luo? What about our happiness?" Yang Yi forcefully suppressed the surging killing intent in his heart, and then he raised his head to look at the old woman before he smiled. "Senior is absolutely right. But Junior fought your grandson for so long and am covered in no less than 100 injuries. Senior should at least pay for my treatment, right? In that way, everyone would truly be happy. What do you think, Senior?" After he finished speaking these words, Yang Yi felt an extremely strong feeling of helplessness in his heart. If it was possible, he'd like to kill both of them with a single swing of his sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to accomplish that. A sword cultivator would rather break than bend. But it depended on the occasion. If he were to rather break than bend now, then he would truly die. Because it was extremely easy for the old woman to kill him. As for the rules of the hidden dragon rankings, Yang Yi was utterly filled with disdain towards it. After all, the old woman had clearly broken the rules already, but Qian Huan didn't even dare to be forceful against her. A wisp of praise flashed through Qian Huan's eyes when he heard Yang Yi, and he said to himself, at least he's able to see the larger issues at hand. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he would be in trouble if Yang Yi refused to compromise. The old woman's hands that were concealed beneath her long sleeves were slowly relaxed upon hearing this, and then she said, "Treatment expenses? Of course, of course." Chapter 393 Battle Against the Martial God. The old woman flicked with her finger, and then a spatial ring appeared in front of Yang Yi. She said, "There are 100,000 energy stones there." "Right, I noticed that your physical body isn't bad, so I presume you attach huge importance to the cultivation of your physical body. Alright, since you were such a sensible child, it'll give you a drop of blood from a true dragon." As soon as she finished speaking, a wild jade bottle appeared in front of Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Qian Huan suddenly smiled and said, "Yang Yi, you're really fortunate. This blood of a true dragon is one of the best treasures to temper the body. Just a single drop would be sufficient for your physical body to rise by another level. Moreover, if you have great fortune, then you might even be able to comprehend dragon might from it. At that time, your strength would be stronger than a peak spirit rank demon beast." Yang Yi naturally wouldn't try to be polite and refuse it. He took both the spatial ring and the jade bottle. In the end, paying 100,000 energy stones and that so-called drop of blood from a true dragon in exchange for Luo Shui was still a better deal for the old woman. A wisp of a strange glow flashed through her eyes when she saw Yang Yi take it, and then she nodded slightly. After that, she glanced at Nanjing before she glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said, "The Sword Emperor against the Martial God, a fated battle. Haha, and full of anticipation as well. Good luck." As soon as she finished, both she and Luo Shui vanished at the same time. Qian Huan glanced at Nanjing, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and hesitated for a moment before he said, "If you choose to stop now, then you'll obtain the second position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. If you choose to continue, then it's very likely that you'll die. Of course, even if you want to admit defeat, you have to obtain Nanjing's agreement." "I don't agree." At this moment, Nanjing had appeared on the arena, and she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I originally didn't intend to fight you. After all, we've fought before this. However, it would seem like you concealed your strength when we met at the 5th level. Looks like I must make you sense the actual arrival of death before you'll fully stop holding back." Yang Yi shrugged while he looked at Qian Huan and said, "It's impossible for me to admit defeat even if I wanted to. Since it's like that, then I can only fight." Actually, he wanted to fight Nanjing as well. The previous battle with her had allowed him to gain a rather huge amount of benefits. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to see where his limits were. Up until now, he still hadn't been forced to his limits. The martial god, especially one whose natural talent had surpassed the experts throughout the ages. Could he defeat such an existence? He didn't know the answer. All he knew was that he wanted to fight to his heart's content without holding back at all. Qian Huan nodded slightly, and then he vanished from the arena. Nanjing and Yang Yi stood in confrontation from afar on the arena, but they didn't attack. The countless spectators below the arena were staring fixedly at them. The Sword Emperor and the Martial God. One destroyed all techniques with a single strike of the sword while the other was invincible throughout the world. Now that they'd encountered each other, it was bound to be an intense life and death battle. Who exactly would become the #1 expert amongst the younger generation of Profounder Continent? Even though they hadn't clashed yet, the blood of the countless spectators below the arena had started to seethe. On the arena, The profound energy within Yan Ye's body had started to flow slowly while strands of green wind started to appear and circle below his feet. Moreover, a blood-red glow that was sharp and dazzling flickered on Dragonbone. Nanjing's expression was calm as she stood on the spot. Her long ponytail swayed lightly with the wind while her clear eyes were calm and tranquil. Suddenly, Yan Yi tapped his right foot lightly on the ground, and then his figure hissed through the air as he shot forward explosively. Everywhere his figure passed, numerous seemingly material afterimages were left behind. Before the spectators had even reacted to what had happened, Yan Ye's figure had already appeared in front of Nanjing, and then Dragonbone emanated a ghastly and cold glow as it instantly arrived before Nanjing's throat. Nanjing still didn't move, and Yan Ye's Dragonbone stabbed through Nanjing's throat. However, Yan Ye's expression had changed instead, and he twisted his wrist to stab Dragonbone backward. Bang! A fist that was pure white like jade arrived behind Yan Yi and collided with his sword, and then a low and muffled bang resounded. Yan Ye's entire arm felt extremely numb from the collision. He was just about to turn around when the feeling of danger suddenly arose within him, and then Nanjing's figure that remained in front of Yan Yi had suddenly smashed her fist towards him. Yan Ye's pupils constricted. Two of her? He didn't have the time to think about it. He clenched his left fist, and then swiftly smashed it forward to greet Nanjing's fist. Bang! Yan Yi took a few steps back. The spectators below the arena watched this scene with astonishment, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Mok's brows were knit tightly together, and his eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Because two Nanjings had appeared on the arena. At this moment, Yan Yi was extremely shocked while he gazed at the two of her. Of course, he wasn't shocked because there were two of her. Because he who possessed the enlightened sword heart was clearly aware of what exactly was going on right now. Actually, there was only a single Nanjing, and the other Nanjing was merely a mirage that was formed because her speed was too swift. Exactly how swift is her speed? Right at this moment, Nanjing's figure flashed and suddenly arrived in front of Yan Yi, and then her figure trembled slightly. In an instant, 5 of her appeared in the surroundings and surrounded Yan Yi. Moreover, they launched a punch at him simultaneously, and all of them struck at Yan Ye's head. The spectators were astounded, yet Yan Ye's expression was calm. When the fists were only a few inches away from him, Yan Yi suddenly stabbed his sword upward towards the west, and then he stabbed towards the northeast and south. The speed of his stabs was extremely swift, and it was to the point that countless spectators below the arena had been utterly unable to see these attacks clearly. They were only able to see a few shadows of his sword. Bang! 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 Countless low and heavy bangs resounded incessantly. After a short while, the 5 Nanjings suddenly trembled before 4 of them dispersed into the air. You really do possess the enlightened sword heart. And Nanjing gradually clenched her right fist and said, You were actually able to see through my mirage shadow step. This is good, otherwise the battle would truly be too boring if you couldn't see through it. I hope you can continue giving me pleasant surprises. As soon as she finished speaking, Nanjing suddenly smashed her fist forward. In an instant, an energy fist tore through the air and arrived in front of Yan Ye's head. Yan Yi stabbed his sword at a certain point on the fist, and then a soft bang resounded as it exploded into pieces. However, it had just exploded when the energy fist had shockingly converged in an instant and blasted onto Yan Ye's chest. Bang! Yan Yi frowned as he took over 10 steps back, and then he looked down and saw that his chest had caved in severely. The 9th level of fist intent. While the shape is lost, intent remains. She was actually able to attain the 9th level of fist intent at just a little over 20 years ago. She really makes others feel embarrassed about their inferiority. I'm afraid that even the heavens would envy how monstrous her genius is. Qian Huan spoke with a solemn expression from an unknown spot in the surroundings. At this moment, Yan Ye's expression was extremely solemn. Her strength is much stronger than I expected. If my physical body hadn't been tempered by the nether ghost flame and the blood of the 4 divine beasts, just this punch would have been able to instantly annihilate me. Your physical body is pretty good. And Nanjing took a step forward before she suddenly tapped the tip of her foot on the ground, and then she shot forward explosively like a cheetah that was hunting its prey. A seemingly material afterimage of a Nanjing was left behind on the spot while her body had arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then she didn't utilize any combat technique and merely smashed her fist forward just like that. Even though Yang Yi was shocked by a Nanjing's speed, had gotten a little bit accustomed to it. He didn't dare act carelessly, and Dragonbone flashed like a ray of light as he moved it to block her fist. Bang! A Nanjing's fist smashed against Dragonbone, and then Dragonbone instantly curved into the shape of a bow. Yan Ye's expression changed slightly when he saw this. However, right at this moment, Nanjing's right leg moved backward a little, and then she suddenly launched her knee towards Yan Ye's stomach. Yan Ye's reaction wasn't slow. He unfolded his fist and swiftly slapped his palm downward. Bang! His palm felt numb from the collision, while Yang Yi himself felt shocked in his heart. Meanwhile, Nanjing's figure flashed and instantly arrived behind him, and then her right leg tore through the sky and caused explosions to resound as it whipped towards Yan Ye's head. Yan Ye's expression changed slightly. He swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground and executed rapid shift to vanish on the spot, and then Nanjing's fist appeared there just a moment after. As they watched this scene play out on the arena, the countless spectators below the arena had excited expressions on their faces while their blood boiled. As expected of the enlightened Sword Heart. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi while she nodded lightly. She said, "You're actually able to see through my attacks every single time. Not bad, only a battle like this is slightly interesting. Be careful because I'm going to start fighting seriously from now on." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.